We're live.
That's right, everybody. You heard the man. That's right. This is a Thursday night, and you know what that means. It's PM in the PM Pong and Mav in the PM. God, it's a glorious day. It's like 80 degrees here, bro. So nice, man. Like, it's so great, except that everybody still wants to be like me and work until rush hour and then just take their sweet ass time getting home. I just don't get it. Take some days off, people, so I can drive. Although tonight was not my fault. Tonight was actually Mav's fault, as I put in the chat earlier to let you all know. I actually got home on time. I was ready to rock and roll. I was like, yo, Mav, are we going to do a show? And he's like, yeah, bro, just running a little bit behind. All right, cool. So we are back, folks. And guess what? We have got a hell of a big week of news. Sony causing stirs, Square Enix causing stirs. We got gaming news dropping because we are in showcase season or just about to be. So we got stuff to get into tonight. And happy Ghosts of Tsushima PC launch day, everybody. That's right. It is. I can't wait. You know, I love you all, and I love Mav, and I love coming here on Thursday nights. But as the gamer in me, God, it hurts just knowing that it's already downloaded. I got signed into my PSN login. Yes, I got it recovered, everybody. I had to go through PlayStation Chat, which actually, compared to what it used to be like, was kind of okay. I was surprised, but I did get my PSN login recovered. So I am signed in, ready to rock and roll. But man, I can't wait to jump into that game. So anybody else who's jumping in today, and I saw a lot of people double dipping. I saw a lot of people getting into it for the first time, like I will be. I know Steele's been rocking it out on it all day, already hit me up in the DMs, asked him how it was. And he said, yeah, man, this is gorgeous game right here. This is good. So
has he ever, has Steele played it before?
No.
Okay.
No, so wow. Nope, his first time out too. So nice. So happy to that. Again, we're gamers, man. I'm freaking excited as all hell to jump into that tonight. So we're gonna dive into all this stuff though. We're gonna get into it. Got a lot on the table tonight to talk about. Of course, Mav and I are going to bring the big opinions, the big speculation, as we always do on a Thursday night. So buckle up. Hope you're all ready. Guys are looking amazing out there in the chat already. And hope you all have a good time tonight. And before I turn it over to my partner, though, we do have to make a special announcement. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, aboard the Fun Speculation Hype Train. That's right. You know how we start the night off at a nice, easy Mach 2.0. That's right. A nice, easy Mach 2.0 to get you all comfortable. And you can chill out and look out the windows and enjoy the countryside. Well, a fine gentleman had a different idea tonight. That's right. The one and only Decado said 2.0 ain't good enough because there's so much news this week. We got to get this train rolling a little bit faster. So the Decado got on the court with the easy 10 dunk. That's right. The one-handed jam. And got everybody 2 new loads of passengers. That's right. 2 new cars added to the train. The 10 bomb hit. We got the coal in the furnace. It's burning hot. Mach 3.0 out the gate. Thank you to the one and only Decado. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Let's go. All right. Let's get to my co-host with the most. The man who caused us to be late tonight. That's right. He is the CEO of the Fun Speculation Network, otherwise known as the lesser half of Caitlin, the one and only, the amazing Fun Speculation, aka Mav. How the hell you been?
Man, doing okay, bro. We just had to run a bunch of errands and run a little bit behind because, like you talk about, traffic sucks ass always.
Go home, everybody.
Traffic. It's just life, man. But yeah, dude, you know what I did yesterday?
What?
I checked out the Starfield update.
Oh, I did that too. We're going to talk about that. Let's talk about that because
Yeah.
I did too. I popped it in last night. I posted some screenshots today. Let's go. Hey, real quick, attention, ladies and gentlemen. The one and only Mr. 3-Bit came in and bought a single ticket. And that lucky person who got aboard the hype train was none other than brother from another lore master Jasper in the future. How about them odds right there, right? How about them odds? Man. Oh my God. Well, we are now up to Mach 3.25. So please, again, pay attention to those 4-point harnesses. Make make sure they are buckled tight because we are now starting to reach speeds where you might fly out or lose a limb. So please be careful about that and pay attention to the monitors. Thank you to the one and only 3-bit. That's right, the brother from another 3-bit. Choo-choo, motherfucker. Choo-choo. Thank you. Again, y'all are great. Go ahead. Yeah, Starfield.
Oh, and then Bionic Wolf, member for 12 months, said lots to talk about, gentlemen. Yes, there's going to be a hell of a lot to talk about, and appreciate the support from you and everybody in here. You guys rock. Appreciate all the support. Yeah, man. So Starfield update, I was checking it out, and whew, dude,
options are good, brother.
They are so nice. They are so nice. And even Kate was like, I usually can't tell the difference too much, but wow, and oh god, it feels good to be right about that sometimes. I know a lot of people that are like, oh, doesn't matter, or all this stuff, it's just Todd's vision and stuff. That's cool, right? That's cool, Cool. But I see a lot of those same people saying, wow, this is amazing, and maybe they prefer this vision other than Todd's.
Matt, do you remember when we first started talking about this? Do you remember when I first started? We started talking about Starfield, right? And we found out that it was going to have 30 frames.
Yeah.
I said, Todd, name your own mode. Todd's experience.
Right.
Todd's perfect experience. Just name that, but give us other options. Shitty 60 frames, shitty 120 VRR. Just whatever you want to name it, Todd. That's cool.
Roller coaster frame ride, whatever you want to name it.
Right. Yeah. Right. Anyways, keep going,
man. I'll tell you one thing. I prefer this one. And I maybe it took them a while to get everything they needed to do to get to this point. But man, I'm so glad that version now, and I know it's going to keep getting better and better too, because this is just one of many updates that we're going to have. And they've already had a few other updates before, but it's a game that's going to keep getting better and better over time. The surface maps and all that kind of stuff too just look gorgeous and really add to the experience. I'm about ready to. I think I'm finally to that point, Pong, where I want to go ahead and move into the next playthrough.
Yeah.
Okay. I've done a lot of things, and I've kind of experienced a lot of stuff, and like I'm on that. I can go do it if I want to, right now. And I've been like, oh, do I just keep messing around with this shit, or do I go to the next one? I think I'm going to ride that wave now that I'm back into it. Give me kind of, after with the update, a fresh kind of start a little bit with the new game plus and stuff for Starfield. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I might do that tonight and roll with that. But other than that, I've been playing a little bit of Halo here and there. Nice. A lot of Balatro, Manor Lords.
Sweet.
Yeah, gaming is glorious, bro. I still haven't had a chance to dive into Diablo 4 the new loot experience. I want to do that too. There's just so fucking much to do right now. I don't know what to do with myself when making these decisions about what to play when I have the time to do so.
And it's only gonna get worse. Second half.
It is, because in 5 days we get Hellblade 2. And then after that we have the showcase where we're gonna have even more announcements of games to be excited about. But then the second half, especially loaded with the holiday season, it's just not. It's getting crazy. It's crazy around here, bro.
We're gonna talk about it because November now with Assassin's Creed Shadows could be wow. That October through December run of games.
Yeah.
Jesus, man. I don't know what we're gonna do, man. I don't have any clue. But yeah, you're right, man. So hey, you know what? I gotta get Balatro too at some point. You keep talking about it, and I was all over that. It's just such a cool looking game, and it's something I know.
It's a gift that keeps on giving. The thing about Balatro, so it's kind of like a roguelike for cards for poker, right? Mm-hmm. And you keep over time, you unlock new cards and new jokers that kind of help you progress and stuff. And I got to the point now where like all the main decks I've beaten. And I've beaten the first deck on the second difficulty, and now I'm trying to beat the first deck on the third difficulty. But there's all these special decks now that I have, and there's all these other ones, and you realize just holy shit, how much content is in this game, this little simple card game that you can really just keep going and going and going. And it's something that I'll play like at night when we're watching a movie or something, or you wake up or or waiting on Kate to get ready for us to go somewhere. Whatever it is, it's just something you can like pull up and play for a little while. And I love games like that sometimes, you know. Pick up your progress when you get back. Yeah, it is an amazing little game. You're on mute, Pong.
I just don't know where I'd fit it in. So that's why I've avoided it. I just don't. And again,
it's a toilet game. You know, like when you
but I don't use mobile, bro.
Well, it's not mobile, but I guess you have to have like you do like you do like console streaming on your phone or something.
Yeah,
like
I could do that, but man. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know if I can fit it. I got to get it though, because I do know that I would absolutely love that game. And Caitlin, yes, I know it's so damn good. I've seen everybody talk about it, heard you guys talk about it, and I keep avoiding it because there's just so much. And in the meanwhile, in the background, I don't know how many games on sale for PC now. That's just stupid. And so I just keep adding to my library. So why not throw Balatro in there at some point? So I probably will do that. But yeah, man, I gotta say the Starfield update, when I popped it on last night after I got it updated and downloaded again and got the saves, the cloud saves all transferred over and everything, and went through its whole process. I didn't know what to expect. I already had seen tons of people posting about it and talking about how great it was. But obviously, again, as somebody who played it both on console and on PC, 60 to 70% on console of 400 hours, I was like, okay, how big a difference it is going to be? Because again, you and I both experienced on PC at its like peak, right? When I first got into it, and I started out at 120. I started out the 120 mode. And and again, we talked about how smooth the 30 frames were. Again, Todd was correct on his frame pacing comments about how that matters and that they did a lot of work on that, because you and I both talked about it. Even at 30 frames, after a little bit, it didn't really bother you especially, because you are kind of a 60 frame snob at this point, but it didn't really bother you and you could play it. Yeah. And for me, it was like, this is like one of the smoothest 30s I've ever played. But man, hitting that 120 out the gate, I was like, I was jumping around, spinning, firing off shots. And I was like, holy cow, this is a completely different experience than even it was before. Like, this is awesome. Now, the thing I did notice, and I don't know if you've noticed this, Mav, is either in the 120 frames mode or the 60 frames mode, when you go into your visor, there's still a little hiccup in there. If you go into your scanner visor, you know what I'm saying? There's a little hiccup, at least on mine. So again, I don't know if other people are experiencing that. But there is a weird little frame drop. Even moving around, it doesn't feel as smooth as it was when you go in the scanner mode. So there's little things like that. And I did notice on the 120 VRR mode that obviously the resolution is taken way down. And there was some points where I was like, ooh, that is really blurry. Now, it still looked gorgeous when you got up close to things, but as it adjusted itself, right, the far away stuff got really, really kind of bad at certain points, especially in the open world. And I was like, but that's a sacrifice. That's what we always talk about, right? Just give us options. Yeah. So I was like, but damn, man, if this is the only mode, I'm like, I would have been playing this mode for sure, because this mode feels freaking fantastic. So then I dipped it down to the mode that most people are saying is their favorite, which is the 60 frames
that's
mode.
What I'm planning on.
Yeah, I dipped it down to that. And my God, what a fantastic balance between graphics and frame rate. And honestly, Mav, again, this goes back to all of our early conversations where people were telling us it's not possible. They can't do it. All these limitations on the console, all these limitations. It might be true for the Series S. I'm not going to deny that. But my God, we knew the Series X could pull something like this off, but they did it even better than I thought they could, man. I was taking those screenshots in photo mode last night, and I was running around, and I was like, honestly, this just feels buttery smooth. And I think they worked on some of the lighting too with this patch, because some of the lighting is even better.
What's funny is everybody was talking about, we're going to have to sacrifice so much on the lighting with this update to get to the performance mode. But then when this update, I was looking around, I'm like, man, the game looks better, actually.
It looks better.
And even at the 60 mode. So,
yes.
I noticed, like, there's some like, if you're in the ship, or you're like in like a more densely populated area, or even in space sometimes, the frame rate's going to be like more inconsistent on that mode.
Yes.
But like,
yes.
but for me, I'm like, that's the trade-off for me. And
That's
like and when I'm on a planet or whatever, it's like seems like really super smooth, and combat is so much more fluid, feeling it like that on
the
console.
shooting feels even better now, bro. Like
Yeah.
even better, more responsive. And I will say this, the enemies, again, maybe it's a trick of the mind, but I've killed a lot of freaking creatures on a lot of planets in that game. Okay. So I got a really good idea of how they normally move.
Yeah, it's a little different.
I was fighting some crabs last night, man. They were a little different. I was like
fighting crabs.
Yeah, I was fighting some blue crabs. I got a picture of
there's some ointment for that.
Yeah, no, not that kind of crap.
Recommend you to somebody.
No, we are doing that. I was actually going to make a post about that, but I didn't because I was like, dad jokes suck. Anyways, but yeah, no, Bethesda did their thing here. Again, this is the team. This is why I have the utmost faith in Bethesda at all times. This is why I thought that if all things considered, had they been able to put the time and resources into the console, they could have had at least one of these out the gate. But this is why I love Bethesda games. This is why Bethesda is my favorite publisher, because Starfield is now, I've seen more people, Mav, jumping in now and saying, oh God, it's a good game.
Yeah.
All of a sudden we're hearing less and less about the loading screens. All of a sudden we're hearing less and less about the NPCs, right? We're hearing about actually what matters is that the exploration of the game is freaking cool. Again, is it going to be for everybody, even classic Bethesda fans? No, it's not. It's a different type of Bethesda game. But this patch and the follow-up patches that they are going to be doing, along with the DLC, gives this game the long-term credibility that we always talked about that Bethesda will do for every single one of their games, especially this one, because this is Todd's baby from the get-go. And that we talked about, whether it's a year, 2 years, 5 years down the road, there is going to be a whole lot of people who have changed their mind about Starfield as the game evolves. And I'll say it again. I said it last week. It was my game of the generation when I played it day one, right? As I got into it, it slowly moved up that ladder. And I finally had to admit that it's my favorite game of all time. Had the most enjoyment in it that I've had out of any game ever for 400 hours. Including Skyrim, including Oblivion, my two previous favorites. So I said it's my favorite game, and that can still be true, and the game can still get better because this is what Bethesda has always done. I'm just so excited for Starfield and the future because, again, walking back into it last night just felt like going home.
It makes me wonder what they got in store for us this holiday.
Yeah. Shattered Space is going to be cool as hell, man, along with vehicles and whatever else they're going to add to it.
When do they do a separate direct for that, or you think they have that at the showcase to reveal it?
When?
Later this year, or at the
I think the showcase.
Spaces. Okay.
Shattered Space, I think we see at the showcase.
Do you think we get like another little separate like 15-20 minute video about it later, or they just?
I mean, we could get more details on it. They could probably do something. Do we?
I mean, they did a short one just for this update.
If there's another direct, right? If they've got another direct coming after the showcase for some of those games coming later this year, maybe could they drop it in there for a 10-15 minute like update right before it launches? Yeah. So if they're going to do it, I'd expect another direct somewhere around September, August, September, which is when, supposedly they're shooting to drop Shattered Space in September. So if they did that, I could see them dropping something in there, Mav. That would be pretty dope. Like another new trailer or something, or some new gameplay with a little explanation from Todd about some of the stuff that they put into it. Yeah, I can see
I'm thinking they may, because what they described with the in that last trailer was that this expansion was going to be massive, right? So they may want to take some time to really explain everything in there. And I think they do such a good job with the Starfield stuff. Like even that little trailer we got for this update, it created a lot of buzz and excitement. For some reason, the production and the way they do these kind of things. And it felt like a little tiny direct with the way they were talking and about it and stuff. The way they're doing those kind of updates and talking about the games and stuff, they generate a lot of excitement. And this update is special, I think, for this game. It's going to do a lot of great things for it. But then, like, we even have a huge expansion coming this year. And generally, when they do those kind of things, they implement even bigger features and bigger things that people have been wanting and stuff too. So, yeah, it's a long road for Starfield for years and years to come, with lots of exciting things to look forward to, man. And,
absolutely. And I see you, Nate Dogg, and you've been consistent on this, and you might wind up being right, sir. But I will point you to Fallout 76. Okay. People said that should have been canceled years ago, and they should have just stopped putting money into it, and they should have stopped giving it any updates, and they should just kill it, because that's how dead it was. And look at it now. Right. So Nate, you might wind up being right again, but I have seen more people excited about Starfield. The fan base that already loves the game will continue to shout this game out. I think as the years go on, more and more people will eventually wind up trying it. As these updates, whatever expansions, maybe they even expand beyond Shattered Space, as the modding community gets into it with the official modding tools. I'm not saying that it'll ever be for the vast majority of people as popular as Skyrim. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, will it still be something that people talk about 5-10 years from now? Yes, I do believe they will talk about it. And I do think that it will be a positive talk, but you may be right, Nate. I just have all the faith in the world in Bethesda, and they've proven me right time and time again through all these decades that they know what they're doing, and their games are timeless. So even the dead games have now risen from the dead. So again, I'm just rolling with that. I think it's an exciting time, and I will continue to preach on Starfield. You'll always hear about Starfield from me.
Yeah.
Other than that, Mav, last weekend, obviously, I hopped into Homeworld 3.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance this week. Been getting home late, just not wanting to sit at the PC when I got home this week at all. But my God, last weekend, I think I got 10, 12 hours into Homeworld 3. Wow. Like, again, I haven't played Homeworld in decades. And, but I just knew I was super hyped for this game. But it has, again, I saw I read a bunch of the reviews out of curiosity, and people were talking about that they didn't like the campaign. Maybe these people are Homeworld fans through and through. Maybe they know something I don't know, but the campaign is freaking amazing. I am loving the campaign right now. For an RTS campaign, again, RTS campaigns aren't necessarily great. Age of Empires is awesome because you get a history lesson. And I love that because I'm a history guy. So I love that shit. But not for everybody. But RTSs that pull off any kind of campaign, I got to applaud. That's why I love Command and Conquer back in the day with the full motion video in between, man. It was freaking awesome. People thought it was cheesy. I thought it was awesome. But Homeworld 3, stories grab me. Now that I'm starting to get the keyboard mouse down, right? It's still by no means second nature. It is by no means Age of Empires or any of the other games that I've played on console as far as comfortability, because this old guy just never done keyboard and mouse like this. But I am starting to get it down. And now that I got it down, Mav, in RTSs, you know how they usually they give you the options to set up groupings of your army, you know, and or all your units. You can group them any which way you want to. I usually avoid. I skip all that shit, right? You and me are kind of similar. We just launch everything, right? Just launch everything all at one time. Just send the whole freaking army.
It's funny, back in the day when I was younger and I played Command and Conquer a lot, I did that. Yeah, I always did that. Okay. But as I got older, I just don't have the patience for it anymore. I don't know why. I just try and simplify things too much.
Well, Homeworld 3 makes you do it. Okay.
Right.
I mean, you don't have to, technically speaking, but because the battlefield is in space and because they have sneak attacks come from all over the place, you have to have your group. I'm even getting my groupings down, man. I am even getting my groupings down. I'm feeling so good, man. Setting up my different groups of fighters and bombers and all this kind of stuff. But this game blew my mind graphically for an RTS. Again, space, when it's done right, there's just nothing more beautiful. Again, it's just the whole setting. High fantasy, you know, forests, lakes, oceans. They can all be absolutely amazing in video games. They can absolutely give you the chills when you look out. But man, when there's space and you've got the background of planets or universes or stars or whatever's out there, there's just nothing better, man. There's just nothing better. And Homeworld 3 does it.
Can you explain how this works in Homeworld? Because I've never played a Homeworld game. So is there the base is going to be like your
Ship.
main
Your mothership.
mothership, right?
Yep, correct.
Is there like any kind of base building mechanics, like ship things, or is it just you deploy different units based on the resources or something?
Yeah, so there's resource gathering. So there's resources spread out throughout the map, whatever map you're on, right? And you have to build actual resource gatherers. Your mothership can do it too, but you should not put your mothership in danger, right? Obviously. So you build out resource carriers and you send them off to go collect resources. So you have to monitor that.
Okay.
There are points, control points, and different buildings on the map that you can control, which opens up and increases your radar range so that you can pick up enemies sooner. So there is some of that. But do you actually build anything outside of the ships themselves? No, not that I've come across yet at all. So everything is built because you have a manufacturing plant inside your mothership that manufactures everything.
Right. I didn't know if they had like, okay, you could do an expansion bay on your ship that can produce these kinds of. Yeah, okay. Cool.
You do have to research to open up like upgrades and that kind of stuff
so
on
like
your mothership.
Technology tree. Okay.
Correct. Kind of, yes. You open it up. Now, I haven't played a skirmish yet in it, so I don't know how it operates in skirmishes. But I'm just saying in the campaign, they kind of walk you through the process and you do have to research. Like when you first open up something, you actually have to research it before you can actually start building it, which takes time. So if you're in the middle of a battle and you haven't researched that certain type of ship, like it does take a little bit of time and you got to worry about it. So there's a lot of strategy there too as well. But yeah, there's no like on the ground like set up like a manufacturing plant or anything like that. It's none of that. It's just your mothership. So, but you can move your whole mothership around the entire battlefield. You can put your mothership into battle if you want to. It's got gun turrets on it, so you can actually bring that sucker.
Can you increase the defenses on your mothership?
Yeah, there are some upgrades to your mothership that you can do like that. Yep, that increase weapons and defense. Yes. Yep.
Cool.
Yeah,
that's amazing. My RTS questions for the night.
No, so impressed with this game, man. So impressed, and they've got a huge roadmap for it. They've got this all planned out. Again, I can't wait to keep diving back into this. This is in the rotation now. It's so fantastic, and I do want to try some skirmishes and see how it goes. Again, I'm not comfortable in any way, shape, or form to hop online with this sucker, but I'll set up some skirmishes because I want to see how it works from the start to the end on one of those. Shout out to Web Dave, member for 8 months, says Mav and Pong guest on Gamers Console. That's right, the Gamers Council this Sunday night, early promo here. Me and Mav will be over there on the Gamer Council. So we'll be doing this again on Sunday, everybody. Join us there for that. And obviously we'll shout it out again. Yeah, Nate Dogg, I probably would cry if there was an RTS for Starfield.
I just freaking amazing, bro. There's a list I have for RTSs. Okay. It's one of my favorite genres. I want Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth 3. I don't think it's possible because EA doesn't have Lord of the Rings license anymore, and I don't know how the licensing would work on that. However,
we gotta call up Lars.
Yeah, we got to figure that out. So something has to happen to where Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth can come back. I want Command & Conquer to come back.
Agreed.
There needs to be a Halo Wars 3.
Agreed.
And then I have StarCraft 3 needs to come back.
Yep.
And then my dream Xbox faction-based RTS game.
The one we've talked about a billion times.
It's a treasure trove, dude. If they do it. There's the amount of different games they have at their disposal.
The amount of different maps you could generate off of all those different types of games.
God, it could be
completely different environments,
bro.
Oh my God.
Imagine your COG faction, you have your Locust faction, you have your Flood faction, you have your UNSC faction, or then you have your fucking Elder Scrolls, like your Dragonborn faction or something like that, or like you could have like the Greybeard or the Greys or whatever they're called from there. What's the old wizard? But the chanting monks, the monks.
I know what you're talking about. Yep. Well, no, because you could have every class represented, right? As different classes, like it would work out, like as different troops. You could.
Yeah, because you have like a thief, and you could have like man. You could do like that. You could have fucking your Call of Duty faction, like just roll it out.
Sure, why not? Floor's a faction. Have cars out there. Let's go. Let's go.
You could have heroes, for all. Just be. It's so good. It's like,
bro. You got
there.
Call of Duty. You
Yeah.
got Call of Duty now.
I mean, you got
World of Warcraft.
Yes. Oh my god. Oh, that's another one that could just bring back traditional Warcraft. Also.
Yep. Absolutely.
So
They should.
They have World's Edge, right? Age of Mythology's coming. So that's another one we have to look forward to. Age of Empires is fully rocking again. And so they got World's Edge. Relic is out there, independent now. Do a deal with Relic. Maybe Sega wants some extra cash flow for Creative Assembly to do some more deals. I don't know, but let's get those.
You could almost do it like you could almost do it like Total War. You could start out with a base package and then have expansions for the foreseeable future as you add more stuff. Like you literally could do that,
dude.
It'd be fucking incredible, bro.
Yeah, and they could, like, if they really wanted to. I'm gonna be a money guy for Microsoft right now. Okay.
Cool. Shoot.
I'm gonna be a money guy for you, Microsoft, to give you the motivation for this. All right. You start off with a few factions. You do faction expansions this all the time. Like, just give it. Just could you imagine every fucking like 6 months or so, a brand new like massive faction based on one of your game worlds drop
once a year, just like ESO. Just drop it once a year.
Yeah,
new update. Oh my god!
New heroes for all of them. Like they could do so much, bro.
Yep. It's a moneymaker, bro.
Could be the ultimate games of service RTS for Microsoft if they wanted it.
Yeah. I'm telling you, there's a market for it. Again, Total War keeps selling, man. Even when they screw up, they keep selling. But that whole market is available. And with the creative powers behind it that you just named off, that Microsoft and Xbox have access to, again, people forget that RTSs keep being made, even though everybody considers them niche, because there's a huge player base, and they keep talking about how many people are actually playing Age of Empires now, especially with the console editions. It's right, man. I'm telling you, it would work out. It would work out. Oh God, it'd be so good, man. It'd be so good. Anyways, everybody, thanks for listening to our RTS talk tonight. That's right. I know all of you are big RTS lovers in the chat, but we appreciate all of you listening to our dreams, hopes, and dreams about RTS future for Xbox. Other than that, I have played a Megaton Musashi W almost daily as well. Again, I will continue to promote this game. Megaton Musashi W Wired is one of my favorite games of this year, and that is saying a lot. This is a fantastic anime JRPG in a lot of classic terms, with mecha and just that straight up customized go battle in these small battlefields with 100 different side missions where you just run around in these different battlefields collecting loot and destroying things. And then you got this whole anime story built around it that is actually pretty damn freaking cool and engrosses you. And then you got the whole run around the city, talk to people, and collect things on top of it. Classic level 5 stuff here and they're obviously the devs. But Megaton Musashi W Wired, if you have access to a PC, I can't recommend it enough. If you're into mecha and anime, you got to get this game. I know Decado jumped into it and he talks about how addicting it is. It is one of those games that hours later you will look at the clock and go, no way did I just spend this so much time in this game. You did. So Megaton Musashi W Wired is definitely in the rotation. And then obviously, again, I got a million other ones that I've jumped into. I really want to jump into Diablo 4, but I'm not going to be. Obviously, with this lineup that I've got currently, it's just not going to happen. I'll hope to jump into the season a little bit later, maybe check it out. I hear a lot of good things. A lot of people are praising it yet again. Another great kind of redo by the Diablo team to fix a lot of the complaints that people had, make the game more fun. Period, point blank. And I'm hearing that people are, even though, obviously we had tons of fun. Again, I got nearly 400 hours in that game as well. But I just think that that's cool as hell that they're doing that. And I'll be jumping into it eventually as well. Mav, I jumped into a grand strategy game real quick just to see. Yeah. Because I haven't played grand strategy on PC ever. And I've had my eyes on so many of them. Right. And I finally got Victoria 3, which has been around forever. In fact, this game is so big, folks, on PC. Victoria 3 is so big that they offer on Steam a monthly subscription service to the game. so that you don't have to buy all the DLC. That's how big this game is. I jumped into it going, cool, I got to see what this game is and how it plays, because I've played plenty of 4X, played Grand Strategy on console. I got to see what all the hubbub's about. This would be a full-time job. If I really want to dive in, I'm talking like, again, Stellaris on console was big to me. Right. And I know some of you guys are PC players. So some of you probably have played a lot of big Grand Strategy. I know Laura's in there. He might have tried some too that are probably bigger than Stellaris. But when I jumped into Stellaris, right, on console, I was like, yo, this is getting deep with the politics. Got to set up laws, right? All that kind of loved it. But I'm like, whoo, boy.
A little much.
You jump into Victoria 3, bro. I'm just going through. Okay, listen, they've got a full tutorial, right? They also suggest YouTube videos to watch to get a grip on what you're doing in Victoria 3, because the political setup in this game is so deep, Mav, and because you have to control every little nuance, you control everything in this game about your country. It is crazy. I was like, okay, I jumped into it late one night. I was just like, I just want to check it out. Started playing through the tutorial, and I was like, again, this was after I had started playing Homeworld 3. My brain was already half fried. Then I jump into Victoria 3 and I'm like, nope, we can't do this right now. This is incredible, but my God, it's nuts. So I jumped into that. I can't wait. I picked up Endless Space 2, which is actually a 4X strategy game, like a grand strategy game, kind of like Stellaris. I picked that up on sale. It's been around for a long time. Actually, published by Sega. The rare kind of competition for Stellaris and some of the bigger space 4X Paradox, I should say, and their 4X strategy. So I can't wait to jump into Endless Space 2. I got that definitive edition, so I'll let you guys know what I think about that as well. But yeah, Mav, like you said, there is just so much to play. There is so much, and PC Realm has opened up a whole new section to me that I never imagined that I would have access to. It's getting crazy, man. It's getting crazy. But we got a lot to get into, so that's enough about me. Let's get into this chat and shout out. Yeah, Europa Universalis. Yes, Brett Bingham. Absolutely. Hearts of Iron. Do you know how many times I've looked at that as a World War II guy? Yo, but again, I start watching videos and I start looking at it. And I'm like, oh, bro, I can't play anything else. Like, this is it. This will be it. Like, maybe when I get older. Maybe when I finally saw, I told Steele this, I might get to the point where all I play is strategy games, grand strategy games, 4X strategy games, RTSs, and the occasional Western RPG. I might get to that point in my life where that's what I'm committed to. If I got nothing better going on and I just got 10, 11, 12 hours a day, you guys might see me out there at like 70 years old just streaming grand strategy games going, oh my God, I can't believe I'm doing this. But yeah, there is so many. No, I have not played any of them, Brett Bingham. I have not. I've watched videos on all of them. They all have their bonus points for me, like every single one. But I'm like, it's going to take a whole freaking month just to get comfortable. I'm like, I don't have that time because I like too many other things. Anyways, let's get into this chat real quick here, Matt, because we got a lot of amazing people in here. That's right. We're going to start it off with the one and only legendary Yobi. That's right, legendary. Great to see you. Hashtag peace, love, life. I was on Starfield yesterday from the AM to the AM. Badass. Congratulations, Yobi. That's how you do it, bro. That's how Starfield needs to be played. I had a hard time turning it off last night to go to bed. I did. I was back into it and I was like, oh my God, I'm just getting comfortable again. This is it's like being at home. Serve is in here. Manalord sold 2 million copies on PC. Serve, thank you for bringing that up. I was actually going to shout that out when Mav started talking about Manalords, but I didn't want to cut him off again. I was already doing it too much. But yes, congratulations to basically the single dev of Manor Again, he did have some help. But Hooded Horse today put out a post that they have now crossed over 2 million sold for Manor Lords.
And it's on PC Game Pass too. So
correct. It's on PC Game Pass. Again, goes to show you the power of that indie AA scene right now, man. They are showing up the AAA, most of the AAA, right? They're showing them up with these small budget. Yes, some of these games took a long time. Again, Manor Lords isn't finished and he's 7 years in. So yes, some of that it goes into it, but my God, man, 2 million sold. I can't ever imagine that he thought he was going to sell that much. It's awesome to see. Brett Bingham, by the way, in the chat. Thank you, Brett. Says played Hearts of Iron 4 and played as Austria. I brought back the Austro-Hungarian Empire and controlled all of Southern Europe and the bottom third of Germany. See, that all speaks to me, Brett. I love that stuff. Yeah. Again, it's niche. Not everybody likes it, but that whole section of people that love Souls games, like I watch people play and I'm like, I don't understand why you want to do this. Like, I don't get it. Right. And then I go, okay, yeah, but a lot of those same people would see me playing strategy games and go, why you keep doing this? This is dumb. Why are you doing this? Like, what is the big deal about this game? But to me, that kind of strategy, it's so freaking good. That's why I love RTSs. I like that big, huge, massive thought process of actually having to use my brain like Souls players do. Souls players, again, I take nothing away. Credit to them. You do have to use a lot of thinking when you're playing Souls. You have to really, and those games, I can't do that. But in grand strategy RTSs, I can. I can sit all day and plot. And I just want to figure it out how I'm going to beat the game. But that's awesome, Brett. Shout out to JB1521. Great to see you in here. Thank you for joining. Says Xbox has been choosing some bangers for Game Pass. Yeah, Game Pass is doing really well this year so far. I'm really liking the selection.
Surprised.
Even though I haven't done a lot. But PC Game Pass is awesome, man. Yeah. It really is. Yeah. Yeah, surprises. Is that what you just said, man?
Yeah, surprise hits.
Surprise hits. Yes, that is correct. Leonard Herrera's in the house. RTSs are my jam. You can be and are my and Mav's friend, sir. Thank you. RTSs for life. Ghost Fixter, what's going on, Ghost Fixter? Great to see you. He says, I'd play Stellaris more, but man, that AI will kill you if you're not ready. Dude, especially if you choose certain political systems to start as, and everybody knows that you're not the good guys, and all of a sudden you've got fleets of ships entering your space, that's freaking stressful as hell, bro. When they show up on your doorstep and you're like, okay, I didn't even have a chance here, guys. Thanks. That AI is deadly, man, for sure. Who else we got in here? Let's see. Let's scroll up here a little bit. We got a Froggy T White sighting. What's going on, Froggy? Great to see you. We got the Silver Lab guy in here. What's going on, Silver Lab guy? Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, we got the actually one, the man from the future, the lore master, Jasper in the house. What's going on, lore? Great to see you as always, sir. We got Calorie, what's going on, Calorie? Great to have you a part of the show, as always, sir. We got the Poison Maniac in here. What's going on, Poison Maniac? We got the Game Shark in here. That's right, Game Shark. What's going on, brother? Great to see you. We got the Spartan 661. What is going on, Spartan? Enjoy your concert. I don't know if you're still in here. I see you just posted you got a concert tonight, so he said enjoy the show. Or have a great show. Thank you, Spartan661. Enjoy the concert. If you're still in here, let us know who you're going to see. Who else we got in here? We got the one and only Decado in the house. What's going on, Decado? Always great to have you a part of the show, sir. We got the Oscar Emilio A. Gonzalez in the house. One of my favorite names that shows up in here. What's going on, Oscar? Thank you for joining the show tonight. We got the King Chili's in the house. What's going on, King? How you doing? He says, are they going to do anything with the Nemesis system? Yes, it is in Wonder Woman. I can't wait to see more of Wonder Woman. Actually, I'm starting to hope that Wonder Woman shows up at the Xbox Showcase. A little WB action. I would love to see what they're going to do with Wonder Woman.
There was supposed to be a second Ed Boon game, too, at some point from NetherRealm.
At some point, he was working on at least 2, if not 3. Remember when he said he's got a few irons going right now? Yeah.
So maybe we could see more than one WB game announced this year.
Or
not. I mean, Wonder Woman's already been announced, but
yeah, but be showing off more, right?
Yeah.
Wonder Woman's got to be getting close. It's got to be getting close. So I think it's still a next year game, but it's got to be getting close for WB. I want to see more of that. Nate Dog Horse is in here. What's going on, Nate? We got the Lad in the house. What's going on, Lad? Lad says Age of Empires plays so well on controller. I was really surprised. Can't wait for Age of Mythology Retold. Bro, you telling me, man? If they announce that for November, I'm gonna riot. If they announce that for November and Avowed is in November and now we have Assassin's Creed Shadows in November, I'm going to riot, Xbox. Do not give me Age of Mythology Retold on top of that. Do not. Give it to me.
This is Ara. When's Ara coming?
I don't know, bro.
Because it's supposed, like, for the strategy fans and stuff, like, they're just saying it's pretty special, you know.
Mm-hmm. Can't wait to play that as well. But Age of Mythology Retold is going to be freaking dope, man. Especially now that they have the controller scheme down like pat for RTSs.
So
yeah,
I got another little RTS question.
Shoot.
So because I'm more familiar with Age than I was before, obviously because I played a crap of ton of Age in the last couple of years now. But I never played Age of Mythology back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is it just like Age of Empires, except it's mythology based, or is it different kind of? Okay,
it's different. And obviously, you got to remember that a lot of people weren't happy with Age of Mythology back in the day.
Right, and they talked about making this into more of what they thought it should have been. Right?
I would say, and Jasper, correct me, Jasper's played, I played Mythology. I played a good bit of Mythology with my kiddo on a POS laptop, right? That shouldn't even run Age of Mythology back in the day, but it did. So I'm not the full expert on exactly, but I would say, because now I've got it again. I told you I rebought it. I popped it in. I played like 2-3 hours of it, played some matches. I would say that it is a lighter version of what Age is. In some ways, some of it is set up obviously the same. All right. You gotta set up your farm fields. You gotta have your resources, but it was a lighter version. But then the Titans change things because you got to build a Titan. You get to a certain point, and again, you've got skill trees because as you go, Mav, every age that you go up, right? You got to choose between two gods.
Okay.
And those two gods have different powers and different units that you can then make out of your temple. The temple has its own energy source, which generates by you having people pray at it. So you have to allocate some of your workers to go pray at the temple to get that to continuously generate.
Okay.
Then you can produce those special units that whichever god you chose gives to you. Those gods also come with special powers that you can use once on the battlefield. They're like superpowers, right? So you can use them once on the battlefield. And then you get to the point where you are given the option to build basically what is the version of a wonder, right? But it's a Titan gate. And you actually have to build the Titan gate. Once you build the Titan gate, it's not like the wonder because you don't just win, right? The Titan shows up. And the Titan is obviously overpowered, right? It's like ridiculous. It's stupid. It takes forever to destroy them unless you leave it out there alone. So then you send your Titan in, hopefully with your army, and you go wreck shop at the enemy's base. Now, if they got their own Titans, what winds up happening all the time is you have a Titan battle, which gets really crazy, and you're just praying your Titan survives. Because if your Titan survives, you probably got enough health to destroy enough of their base where you can get in there and finish them off, right? So so it does play a lot different with the different units because the units come with their own special abilities and that kind of stuff. So there is, there is a little bit, I guess, in one way, it's a little bit more strategy based because you do have to think about some of that kind of stuff. But I would call it more arcadey than Age of Empires in a lot of it. So, but again, what they're going to do with Retold is supposedly, obviously,
revamp it, rework
it, do what they thought they wanted to do in the first place. Again, I love Age of Mythology. I love Age of Empires, but Age of Mythology is so damn cool because I'm all about the gods. I'm all about having freaking Chimera and all sorts of shit as my units, right? Cyclopses freaking run around, just bashing freaking knights around. It's freaking amazing, man. It's freaking amazing. So, and of course the Titans are cool as hell, bro. Let's see here. Who else we got in the chat? We got, did I leave off with BT Maverick 707? I don't think so. BT Maverick 707 in the house. What's going on? Thank you for joining us tonight. We got It's Timmy, of course, in here. What's going on? It's Timmy. Great to see you. We got the one and only Web Dave again in the house. Web, always good to see you, my friend. Can't wait to join you on Sunday, finally. Brian, get a boat in the house. What's going on, Brian? Great to have you in the show as well. Who else we got in here tonight? Let's keep scrolling up. Man, you guys are amazing. Stanley Francois in here. What's going on, Stanley? Always good to see you, man. DJD925. Thank you for joining the show. Appreciate you dropping in here and saying hi. We got the Magnum in the house. What's going on, Magnum? We got the Snooki Jackson in here. What's going on, Snooki? Of course, the one and only beautiful Miss Caitlin, who did an amazing job on the thumbnail yet again. And again, thank you so much, Caitlin, for all that you do behind the scenes. Hope you're having a fantastic week, my dear. Mr. Waffles, he hates pancakes, but Mr. Waffles is in the house. What's up, Mr. Waffles? We got the Brandon Martin in here. What is going on, Brandon? Thank you so much for being in here. I see Black Card Day dropping in here and saying hi. Great to see you, Black Card Day. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you so much. We got Wilbo Gaggins in the house. What's up, Wilbo? Always great to have you a part of the show. We got the one and only Dion Hayes in here. What's going on, Dion? He says they said a PlayStation 2 heads are better than one, and they claim to their mind who they want to be in charge. A great way to start the year. Yeah, we're going to talk about that, obviously, from this thumbnail that you guys saw. Excuse me, I had to cough there. Didn't want to blow out your eardrums. Masshole 1977. Wear those sunglasses. That's right. Sun's out, shades out, everybody. That's right. Masshole remembering my little thing that I started and then just gave up on. But whatever. Sun's out, shades on. It helps you drive better. Anyways, the one and only brother of another 3-bit, of course, is in here. What's going on, 3-bit? We got the Boz Hayes in here. What's going on, Boz? Always good to have you a part of the show as well. We got the Void Rat. Hi all to you, Void Rat. Always love seeing your name in here. And of course, before we had the Bionic Wolf in the house. What's up, Bionic? Great to have you joining us tonight, sir. We got the Jason Max in the house. What's up, Jason Max? Says Hellblade 2 has a ship. Can't wait to see the water. Yeah. Can't wait to see a lot of things in Hellblade 2. It's going to be a spectacle. At the bare minimum, it is going to be a showpiece type game. I can't wait to see it and fire it up on the OLED. It's going to be amazing. Who else? We got Stephen Avery in here. What's going on, Stephen Avery? He says, Mav, you should download a guitar app and make your own intro beat.
Okay.
Mav.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it. Funny little thing. The original first couple of videos we had on this channel, it was my own intro beat.
That's right. I do remember you said that.
With keyboard, though, not guitar.
Keyboard. Right.
Yeah.
Bring it back, man. Bring it back. All right. Let's see who else we got out here. We got the Jagger or the Jagger, whichever one it is. 0718. What is going on? It says, is that free YouTube music? Yes, I believe, Mav, right?
No,
you went through.
Okay, so we're talking about this. Hold on. Yeah, so
yeah.
I just told you like the original intro thing I did, right? So I sent that clip of the music to Judzilla, who's a musician in the community. He's absolutely
with him. He's awesome.
Yeah, he's an awesome guy too. I've been on shows with him on Indie Gamers channel. And he's just a great person. And he does music for other content creators just out of the goodness of his heart, because he's an amazing musician and he likes doing this. And so I had put it out there. I was like, hey, I need some original music, because I was getting sick of even the free music I've been using in the past. Like, we get claims occasionally would start to show up. So he just hit me up. Was like, hey, I'll make you some stuff. And he's like, what do you want? So I sent him a clip of like the original thing that I had made for like my very first couple videos. Of like, I kind of had this in my head of a melody, and he took the basic concept of that and just made a whole fucking like badass song. So awesome. The music you're gonna see, and there's more too I haven't implemented yet, but the music you're gonna see on the channel for starting soons and intro, all that stuff is gonna be from Judzilla.
That's freaking awesome, bro.
Yeah, he's great.
What a good dude. Really good dude. Again, had a blast when I used to be on Indie show more often. Obviously, it's been a long ass time, man. But Indie, by the way, if you ever listen, I know sometimes you peek your head in. Hope you're doing well, brother. Hope you're doing well. I know you got a lot going on, like a lot of us do right now in real life. So, Nighturnal, what is going on? I see you in here. Thank you so much for jumping in here and saying hi. I appreciate you so much. And Mitchy Poo, very early on. What is going on? Mitchy Poo says money men are taking over the PlayStation. Yes, they are, Mitchy Poo. We're going to talk about it. We are definitely going to talk about that and give our opinions on it. Jay Rembert, what is going on? Great to see you in here. Far Q, what up, Far Q? We got the OCD gamer in the house. What's going on, OCD? Always good to see you. We got Infinity DOK in the house. What's going on, Infinity? Glad to see you joining us as well. We got the Sin in the house. What's going on, Sin? Oh, man. Haven't seen this name hanging around for a long time. Xbox Obi. What is going on, brother? Great to have you jumping in here. He says, now that I'm full PC, I don't care where my games come from. Shout out to you, Obi. Shout out to you. More and more people are jumping on that bandwagon, bro. Sheba Army Brad is in here. What's up, Sheba? Good to see you as well. We got the Machine XP in here. What's up, Machine? We got the Porky Soda in here, man. Man, I miss Porky's. Porky's was a fantastic. Well, okay. First of all, it was great movies, right? At least the first couple were amazing. If you're an 80s person, right? And you snuck at your friend's house because your friend's parents were cooler than yours, and you got to watch Porky's and Revenge of the Nerds, right? Porky's was awesome. Funny as shit. But Porky's was a drive-in. I don't know if you guys had them down in Texas at all, Mav, but we had them up here. Porky's was a famous drive-in that went all the way back to like the late 40s, early 50s.
I don't remember.
In a car, and that's where cars, obviously, back in the day, would hang out at Porky's. And we had one of the last remaining Porky's in Minnesota up until about 15, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, maybe something like that. We still had a Porky's in business when we had the car shows come through. My parents were big into muscle cars, Mopar. So we would take the cars out and go to Porky's and drive through and drive up and down up here on the avenue. And it was freaking amazing. I miss Porky's. Porky Soda just made me think of it. Thank you, Porky. Who else we got? I knew he would walk in here tonight. I just knew he was going to walk in here. Ben Whack and Ov. Ben Whack and Ov. Good to see you tonight, Iben. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. I knew you were going to show up in here. Delroy, what is going on? Great to see you as well, brother. Thank you so much for dropping in here. Appreciate you so much for joining us. All right. I think I've got the chat completely shouted out. Let's see. Serb says Porky's was an 80s movie with tits and ass. Yeah, it was definitely a TNA. Definitely TNA. And again, that's why it was great back in the day when your friend's parents were cooler than yours and you could watch that stuff. Before it was just available everywhere like it is now. Like there's whatever. Back in the day, it was actually something you had to sneak around. Okay. It was a lot different. And I think we probably should go back to that. But anyways, that's another whole podcast. Ray Oid, I see you in here. What's going on, Ray? Who else we got here? Oh, brother from another Psychonauts on the front lines at the GameStop. He got himself an Assassin's Creed Collector's Edition lined up. Shout out to you, brother. I'm extremely jealous, sir. Who else is in here? Oh, of course, brother from another Fuzzy Belvedere's got to join us as well tonight. Thank you, Fuzzy. Good to see you, man. Stash Gordon, I see you, America, baby. That's right. Andrew Cullinane says, great movie. Great to see you, Andrew, as always. Who else? Anybody else? No, Iben. I'm going to say the name like I just said it. I'm not dumb. Sometimes I am.
You
I'm not dumb.
gotta say it with the natural linguistics and the natural kind of.
I've been walking off. There we go.
No, it's I've been walking off.
You're gonna go. You're gonna go.
It's you gotta say it with the accent. I've been walking off.
Oh my god.
Or is it even walking off?
Even
walking off.
I love you guys. Thanks, Jeff, for joining us tonight. Again, awesome to see over 100 people in here joining us on a nice Thursday night. Again, we got a lot to get into. I want to play some Ghost of Tsushima before I go to bed. I have a feeling I am going to be dragging ass tomorrow. We will find out. Ooh. It is going to be bad. Yeah. Again, not everything has to be paused. God, this 2020 suck. Whoever started that shit, that everything is sexualized. Oh, God. Anyway, pause. That's fine. All right, let's get into this, Mav. Let's get into this.
Let's get into this.
Pause. Yeah, let's get into it deep, Mav.
Pause.
Let's get into it deep. Pause. Balls deep pause.
Pause.
Let's see here. Oh my God. Map, let's start with Square Enix. Let's start with the big news. Yeah, right. Square Enix, everybody. Let's get into Square Enix. Map, boy. 3 years plus of podcasting with you, sir. Thousands of topics.
Yeah.
Thousands of hours of conversation amongst all of our shows. I feel like we've been talking about Square Enix for a good portion of that time.
No, we haven't, Pong. We only shit on Xbox.
No, that is not true, sir. We actually, again, everybody here knows what we've talked about. If you've all listened to us, again, if you have selective hearing, can't help you, but everybody knows that we have talked about all of this shit. Square Enix, along with Ubisoft and a couple of others, have always been in our sights. And obviously Square Enix forever, Mav. Forever we talked about them and their deals with the devil being PlayStation and exclusivity and what it was doing to their brand, to their IPs. And again, our opinions, right? That this was a no good situation for them, that it was showing up time and time again in their disappointment all the time. Remember, you guys old enough to remember when they owned Eidos Montreal and Crystal Dynamics?
Yeah.
You guys
I was
all
a wee lad.
Yeah, that wasn't so long ago, was it? It feels like it was forever ago, but it was
30s, I think, somewhere around there.
God, man, they were disappointed. The meme became that when one of their Western studios launched a title, that it would follow up 30 days later with a note of disappointment from Square Enix. Remember those days, Mav? It was like clockwork, baby. Clockwork.
Yes, sir.
So we have been talking about Square Enix forever. And we know that they changed their management. And we saw this, in fact, last year, obviously, when they announced that Final Fantasy 14 was finally coming to Xbox. Phil in Vegas at the Final Fantasy show, up on stage with the new CEO, shaking hands with everybody, them promising a new day for Square Enix, new partnerships, specifically, again, as Phil came up on stage with Xbox. And so we were hoping, Mav, but, Final Fantasy 16 comes out and rolls along, exclusive. The new Final Fantasy 7 comes out. We were hoping that maybe the exclusivity deal was going to end. We get smoke that it's been re-upped, or that Sony might have done a permanent deal with them or whatever. That rolls around. It comes out with no hint that it's going to go anywhere else except for PlayStation. And then suddenly, this week, Mav, they come out with their numbers because it was that time of the year. And they got to talk about the financials. And it ain't good. It's a lot worse than even some people were expecting for Square Enix. If it wasn't, and I've said this since we started talking about Square, if it wasn't for Final Fantasy 14's turnaround and utter dominance in the MMO scene, right? Along with a couple other games, but Final Fantasy 14 is one of the most played MMOs out there. Square Enix would have been sold or probably bankrupt a long time ago. Final Fantasy 14 saved them all these years. They came out this week with bad numbers. But also, man, they came out stating that it was a new era, that Square Enix is officially shifting its strategy from quantity to quality and to multi-platform. So major HD titles, and I still don't know why they use this language.
Did you see what their restructuring plan was called?
What was the restructuring plan? I think I probably
it was like rebooted and awoken or something like that, or awakened.
Awakened. I think it was
awakened. Yeah.
Awakened. Yes. So they're going multi-platform. So major HD titles coming to Nintendo platforms, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Seems like Square is bringing back along with this. And again, I'm reading from Noble again. Shout out to Noble. It's Noble Broet on X or Twitter, if you still call it that. KNOEBEL BROET. He does awesome work. He's always putting out news. He's another aggregate dude who just collects all the information and puts it out there. He's awesome. He's also says Square, it seems like Square is bringing back old IP, invest in new IPs, and will not focus solely on AAA games. We got a bunch of slides, of course, with this, as we always do now on investor calls. Investor calls are basically public. I talked about this last week because of the EA CEO using great language about Battlefield, the new Battlefield. They got to understand that their investor calls are basically now public. So anyways, but we got all of that, Mav. Again, it's been covered this week, but I wanted to get our thoughts on it. Obviously, now it's Thursday, and because we've talked so much about Square, the Roosters came home, right? This is what we thought would probably happen with Square if they didn't get bought. And I for a long time, Av, and I think you were on board with this too, kept saying PlayStation, put a ring on it, man. Put a ring on it. And Square, demand a ring. If you're going to keep doing these deals that ultimately, right, limit your fan base, limit your IP's reach, then ask for a ring or stop doing these deals because they're not doing you any favors. I understand the upfront money is great. I understand that PlayStation was helping you develop these games. In fact, that they were sending teams to help you develop. And that's all great and dandy. But the long-term damage was obvious. And now here we are. New CEO is coming in and absolutely 1000% agreed with us and said, we can't do this anymore. This is not working out for us. Square Enix, and I'm going to turn this over to Mav here after I get my points off. I know he kind of talked about it earlier this week. I think he did, Mav. Was this Monday?
Yeah, we talked about this on FSP.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Square Enix in 2024 should be a Capcom or a Bandai Namco. They have the IP. In fact, they have IP that is more renowned than both of those companies. Now, again, yes, you could argue that Capcom with Resident Evil, Final Fantasy. Okay, I can hear that argument. Two different genres, two different styles of game. But I can hear that argument. But they should be being talked about with the Capcom and the Bandai Namcos as a household Eastern dev that has been around for decades, been through every single generation nearly of video games, going all the way back. They should be like, everybody should be like, my God, I can't believe how big Final Fantasy has remained and even grown and become more. And yet the old management just made baffling decisions, old school decisions. They were treating their IP like it still was the 80s and 90s and early 2000s and what they were doing, completely ignoring. And I don't care. I'm not here for the people that say, yeah, but Xbox players never buy their games anyways. That's not how you cultivate a fan base. Right? You cultivate a fan base by offering it on the platform, whether you think you're going to sell 500,000 copies or you think you're going to sell 2 million copies. You offer it on the platform, even if you think you're going to sell 100,000 copies, because the next one might even sell more than that. And that we've seen that time and time again now that we have proof from other companies, Atlas, putting their games that never showed up on Xbox before and talking about the increase of sales, along, of course, with the Game Pass numbers. I'm not saying Square Enix even had to do Game Pass deals. I'm just saying to completely ignore a fan base that is somewhere around 50 million users strong for all this time, and then just sporadically every once in a while putting a game over there and going, oh, see, we didn't get the sales. See, it's pointless. Yeah, if you're not going to be consistent, we talked about this plenty of times. If you're not going to be consistent with the drops, then yeah, you're not going to see that growth. You got to be consistent. Square Enix never was that underneath the old school management. Took this long to get Final Fantasy 14, even though, yes, it originally started out as a Microsoft Xbox update problem that prevented Final Fantasy 14 from coming over due to how the updates work and how they update Final Fantasy 14. Microsoft Xbox Phil made sure that was removed years and years ago. and they still shuffled their feet and dragged their feet and didn't bring it over. Final Fantasy 14 could be seeing cool couple million players on Xbox right now as we speak if they had not dragged their feet this entire time. Maybe more. Because Final Fantasy 14 took off a peak during COVID, especially when World of Warcraft was going through all of its problems. You guys remember that? And it was hemorrhaging players, and they were all diving into Final Fantasy 14. In fact, Final Fantasy 14 servers were so full, they were at and above capacity. Nobody could log in for like a week. That could have been you could have been seeing that from Xbox side of things as well. But again, the consistency only came in what I would call, from my point of view, bad decision-making, mismanagement of their IP. They never went out of their way to go find new players. And in fact, they alienated some of their original fans in a lot of ways. Final Fantasy 16, while they tried to go grab a bigger market with an action-based combat system and taking away so much of the RPG aspects of a Final Fantasy game, that there was actually really big-time Final Fantasy fans questioning whether or not you could even consider an RPG anymore. You alienate your Prime fans. Well, guess what? You're going to start seeing declining sales. That's exactly what's happened. You don't expand out where you offer your games. You wind up risking exactly what's happened with the Final Fantasy VII Remake, where you have very good sales for the first one. You would imagine the second one, with how much praise the first one got, with how much love was shown to that game, the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the second part of that series now, since they decided to turn it into a series, would do better than the first one. But no, declined. These are the risks you take when you limit, as a third party, what you're going to do. Now, again, business is business. You say, we need the money. We got to get this upfront money. You know, we had all these disappointing games like Avengers that cost us a ton of money. I get that. But understand that when you're not in a stable position, those risks get riskier. Square Enix is certainly definitely not even close to an indie studio. However, some of their games are obviously causing them to sweat to the point where they now just canceled a bunch of games, we heard, which caused an upfront loss of like $50 million. Okay, that sounds like some of the 2D remakes.
70% profit loss, bro.
70% profit loss is without a doubt one of the biggest red numbered signs I've ever seen. 70%. So they're standing up, taking notice. Now they have to restructure. Along with this restructure came layoffs. Another side effect. Again, this is going on throughout the industry, right? We're going to talk about it some more. There's been more announcements of this stuff, right? But when you're Square, it's even more difficult to try to absorb this stuff. And so they laid off because they're restructuring how they do things. They're streamlining now. Now, the Eastern devs didn't get affected at all. And there's a reason why. We've talked about the East has different labor laws. So what did they do? They went to the West. They went to the US and Europe and laid off a bunch of their publishing teams. They laid off a bunch of their indie publisher team. They laid off some of their other people with what they called redundancy jobs as they look to go ahead and cut back on some of those resources. That's another side effect to all of this. Square Enix should not be in this position. They should be in the position of Capcom, handing out bonuses on top of raises yearly as they celebrate 7 years of bigger and better profits straight. That's where Square Enix should be. But the sins of the father, the old management, put this new guy in a tough spot. But he's making the changes. And if they follow through, we're going to see. Like I said, I think Square is going to be on the showcase stage. That's one of my big guesses, right? That's my out on the limb that Square shows up on the Xbox stage to solidify what they started with Final Fantasy 14 and to really kind of cement the idea that, yes, we are doing this. We are now partners with everybody, and even going to give Nintendo more love, even though we were a Nintendo exclusive company way back in the day. And then we decided to cheat and go to PlayStation, right? And we still gave Nintendo plenty, and we totally ignored Xbox. But I think they show up at the showcase to say, no. This time it's different. We are real. We are going to do this. Because I think they've looked around, Mav, and they've seen the Capcoms. They've seen the Bandai Namcos. They've seen Sega. They've seen Atlas thrive in the 2020s. And this new guy had to look around and go, we've got the IP to do this. In fact, in a lot of cases, we got more popular IP, more well-known IP that has languished, that has not grown a fan base. In fact, has lost a fan base in some cases. There's no reason why we put Octopath Traveler 1 into Game Pass, see massive engagement to the point where we put out how happy we are to see all these new players enjoying Octopath Traveler 1. And then when Octopath Traveler 2 comes, we just go, yeah, you guys aren't getting that now. What? That doesn't grow anything. So again, we got to go back and just say, told you so. Because Square, I love this new direction. I hope it works out. I absolutely despise the fact that they had to lay off people, but they are in serious trouble. They've been in serious trouble. The numbers don't lie, folks. Again, yes, some of their franchises, Final Fantasy, did okay. They said that. I'm not out here saying every franchise is dead or that they didn't sell anything. They did okay. But when you're Square Enix and what you've been doing for years, and let's not forget, they also announced, Mav, that little NFT experiment that we laughed at and said, what the hell are you doing, Square? What the hell do you think? You guys are in some trouble and you're going to go do NFTs? Oh yeah, they mentioned that their first year of NFT sales generated $9 million. This past year it was down to $2 million. Yeah, that little experiment is over.
That's what they reinvested the money supposedly they got from Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal sell to Embracer Group.
Great.
What a great investment, Square. Brilliant decisions.
Don't double down and triple down on what you guys do best. Don't figure out how you can grow your fan base more and bring it to more platforms. Don't invest that money there. Nah, invest in NFTs, man. The hottest thing going. Do that while everybody laughs at you. So again, I hate the fact that there was a ripple effect. I hate the fact that Square is at this point. Again, I don't even play Square games like that. I did a lot back in the day. I don't play them like that anymore. Even when I had my PlayStation 4, I didn't live and die by Square Enix games anymore. There's so many great publishers out there now, JRPGs and that kind of stuff. And again, Final Fantasy X was peak for me. So it's not even like I'm the biggest fan of Square, but at the end of the day, I've known Square forever, man, when they were Squaresoft. Like, they are like a pillar from the East that has been around forever. I want them to bring their games everywhere. I want to see new people fall in love with Square because some of their stories and some of their characters are freaking amazing. But the old way wasn't working, and it's now showing up big time in these numbers. But the new CEO's got a plan. But Mav, how you feeling about Square right now, brother? After all this time, how you feeling about Square and what they had to come out and say this week that it just ain't working out? Yeah, we're doing okay. Like, some of our games are selling okay as exclusives on PlayStation 5. They're fine. Just not necessarily above expectations, which is what we kind of need. What are you thinking here, brother?
It's another retribution / vindication moment for conversations we've had a lot in the past. It's because we've been on this with Square like for years, and I had a lot of people be like, no, it's working great for them, or like, we don't know that these games are disappointing, or all this kind of stuff. And we're like, they literally tell us every financial report that comes out that it's a disappointment, like every single time, like clockwork. And they always threw their studios under the bus, right? Like, whether it be like People Can Fly when they did the deal with them for like Outriders, or whether it be Crystal Dynamics with Avengers, or whether it be their business, whatever they call them, groups that make their games, Creative Business Group 1, or whatever the hell they call their studios. They always are constantly throwing their studios under the bus, whether it be for a Final Fantasy game that didn't meet expectations, whether it be a Western developed game that didn't meet expectations. It doesn't matter. They were always that guy that was like, or that company that was like, hey, company failed to meet our expectations, and then they would like lay off people or sell off a studio or not pay them or something like that. It's just ridiculous stuff. And it's been years and years of mismanagement. And then it's come down to the same basic concept that has riddled them. That's riddled a lot of the other industry of people in the gaming industry is making short-term decisions for short-term gains in spite of having a good long-term vision, right? And what happened when we talked about the other layoffs in the industry and I was getting frustrated, I kept talking about how much money these companies waste.
Yes.
By making horrible decisions, chasing the golden goose in the background, canceling projects left and right, just wasted years and years of precious development time and cost, now to the detriment of to where that's the biggest reason they say that they're down 70% in profit is because of all the cancellations and everything that they've had to do. Like, how mismanaged can you be as a company? Meanwhile, other companies in the same region keep dropping game after game after game, and not every single one is the same kind of hit as the last, but they keep having an opportunity to be a hit. They keep having an opportunity to be something. They keep having an opportunity to grow a fan base. And they're putting their games everywhere too. Meanwhile, Square's like, no, we're fucking scared. We're going to take an exclusive money check up front that's going to be a detriment to the franchise and the long-term vision of our company, to the long-term health of this franchise, to the long-term potential of the success of this franchise and this game. Meanwhile, they just keep doing it, and then they kept doing it, and they kept doing it over and over again. And when they didn't have the Western studios that were helping make up for all the other shitty decisions that they were making, when those companies, they said, well, those are got to be our cash cows, they're not doing enough, they ended up selling them for pennies on the dollar of what they should have been worth. IPs that were worth a lot of money. Just stuff to get rid of them because that for some reason they thought they were the problem. Turns out all along, Square, you were the problem with your idiotic decisions all of this time. And people like us have been trying to tell you this shit. And people say, don't armchair CEO. Don't armchair CEO. Well, you know what their new rebooted and awakened plan sounds like? It sounds exactly like what we told them they should have been doing all fucking along. And it's funny that they say awakened and rebooted. Awakened, yeah, because your ass has been asleep. And they're admitting it with that title of their new plan. You're not awakened unless you've been asleep. And they've been asleep on how to do fucking business in the video games industry for a long time now. Without that long-term vision for their franchises, for their games, for their fans, for developing something that has long-term growth. This is the dwindling down, unfortunately, to restructure to hopefully get to that point now. But yeah, what are they as a company now? What are they as a studio? What is there to be super excited about when they've had failure after failure after failure? When they've had games come out and they shut servers down within a year of release. Babylon's Fall took the exclusive money. Put Platinum Games game, they published it on PlayStation. Not enough players. Nobody playing it. PlayStation and PC. I think it was famously that there was at one point only one person playing the game. Shut it down. Don't support it. Don't help get it better. Don't try and do anything. You shut it down. Outriders. They go out and they blame the studio on their issues when we all know that a lot of the issues were the server-based stuff was actually on publishing side as well. Time and time again, making these decisions. A horrible job marketing Guardians of the Galaxy. After the failure that was Avengers. They actually had a hit game and they had something that people were praising and people were saying this is what we want. Then they just get rid of the studio for a ridiculously low amount of money, and they invest the money into NFTs. And we're like, what are you doing, Square? like I never really understood their ideas for doing business, because they're just were diminishing the ability for them to have success in the future on their games by taking these easy money, and I call them insurance checks, right? This like just a few $1,000,000 or whatever they're getting up front to make this game exclusive, and they're dropping mid-tier level games exclusively on other platforms. It's not really a recipe for success. Now you have some of the bigger ones that they've invested years and hundreds of millions of dollars into making games like Final Fantasy VII Part 1 and Remake Part 1 and then Rebirth, Final Fantasy 16. And then you decide you're not even going to launch the game on PC as well. You're only going to launch on fucking PlayStation? Not even on PC. Like, how stupid can you be? Is that insurance check? Is that whatever they're giving you up front? Is that worth the detriment of what used to be one of the biggest franchises of gaming? Is it worth it? You've been killing yourselves. But now they've awoken. We'll see what they do, right? I have hope with the new direction, with the new leadership there, that they have some fucking common sense now and realize that there's a lot more gamers out there than just PlayStation guys, right? And that could be interested potentially in their games if they actually drop them onto their platforms and their ecosystems, especially PC. It was always naive of them and short-sighted. But now there's hopefully some potential. So I don't, maybe they show up like you said, Pong, at the Xbox show, and we talked about like, would it be crazy if they showed like Final Fantasy Tactics actually at an Xbox show or something? And something else we predicted a long time ago. This has kind of come true, right? That over time, over the course of this generation, these companies would start to realize that it's not enough to take that money up front, and that's going to be a detriment to their business, or it would start to cost PlayStation more money to make up that difference. And at some point, there would be a give, right?
Yeah.
And this is that point, right? Square Enix has now decided they can't do business that way anymore. They can't do it that way anymore. So Here we go. Like, what is an alternative? Can they still take some easy upfront money from another company that like does help them still, but not really be a detriment to the growth of their games? Well, there is one solution out there, and it's called Game Pass. They could actually do this, and they could actually go forward, because if they're saying they're not selling too many games on Xbox anyway, well, hey, Xbox could give them a check up front. Game Pass, it helps with the marketing side, and they still put their games everywhere else because Xbox is not dictating that they don't do so. Right? And then they'd have the potential at that point to still sell on PlayStation, PC, Nintendo, wherever else they want to put their games, but still get some money up front. That, it seems like a long time ago what we said, maybe a little bit smarter business decision if you're Square Enix, if you need some of that money up front, and maybe they're in that position that they do still. I don't know, but I can see it happening.
Well, because they've been showing the way, man. Atlas is doing that exact same thing.
Capcom?
Growing their fan base. I was just bringing them up. Alice is doing it, growing their fan base on Xbox while offering it in Game Pass for a limited amount of time. They know people love Persona once they play it. People wind up buying Personas anyway, right? After it runs out of Game Pass, right? Normally it's been I think it's been 6-month deals for the Persona games is what I've been, if I'm thinking correctly. Whatever, they've been showing that way. Capcom. You don't have to do every single game. Capcom has been very selective about the deals, but a brand new IP like Path of the Goddess, giving it an instant head start by allowing people to go play it. Again, it's a genre bending game that not everybody is going to say they love tower defense style RTS action based games, which is what Path of the Goddess is going for, but they give it a shot by throwing the Game Pass. And again, to your point, man, it doesn't mean it's exclusive. It still goes everywhere else, and they can go make their money. They get the upfront bag, they go make their money everywhere that they want to. Whereas with the Sony deals, very limiting, very limiting. And it doesn't pay off at the end of the day. Maybe it used to, but things have changed nowadays. And Square was late to realizing that. We talked about that. The Eastern devs, a lot of them have been late to the party, but a couple of them came out the gate swinging and understanding what was happening within the industry and how they had to look at things differently. You couldn't do the deals that you did just 10 years ago because it wouldn't work out for you at the end of the day, especially when you're trying to grow IP. And Serve, you brought up, two great IP as well in Dragon Quest and of course Kingdom Hearts. And we did get good news, by the way. A lot of people were worried a part of this restructuring, a part of the cancellations that Dragon's Quest 12, which we've heard has had some problems. They just changed directors. That Dragon's Quest 12 would be canceled. They confirmed that it's still in production and it's going fine. So Dragon's Quest 12 is still on the way. Kingdom Hearts 4, we saw that one teaser and it's been dead silent. But obviously, a lot of people are expecting soon Kingdom Hearts 4 will have it showing because it's got to be getting close unless it's had a ton of issues. But nobody's heard that, right? So Kingdom Hearts 4, Dragon Quest 12, perfect timing, Mav, to start this reemergence of Square Enix as a worldwide multi-platform company when you've got two big IPs that have been cooking for a while. Like they're not coming necessarily out tomorrow, but in the next year to 2 years, you're going to have two of your big IPs show up. Now, Final Fantasy VII, the third installment, everybody's still expecting that to be a Sony exclusive. Like a lot of people still believe that even with this initiative, that the Final Fantasy VII is locked to Sony. Whatever that deal looks like, it sounds like it's locked. Like there's no way. We'll find out shortly because again, there ain't no way they're going to hold it if they don't have to. So then you got your other IP though. You still got a lot of IP. You got Final Fantasy Tactics, like you said, Mav. Poo-poo it all you want. It's great. They still can do more of those 2D, 3D remakes. They still got Octopath Traveler, which has never been more popular than it is right now with a lot of people. So they've got the IP to show. But yes, Dragon Quest and, of course, Kingdom Hearts both could be your flagships of this new program to say, this is what we're talking about. Guess what? Day one, they are everywhere. Even if it means delaying those games to make sure that you got the PC port ready, to make sure you got the Nintendo Switch 2 port ready, to make sure that you've got the Xbox port ready. Doesn't matter. You come out saying, this is what we're talking about. Two of our biggest titles coming everywhere, day and date. It'll be a massive moment for Square Enix to jump on board with this. Again, it's sad that they had to get to this point. Mm-hmm. It's sad that they didn't see this. The old management just was so stubborn that they didn't see this coming. But now that we're here, right? Get that Final Fantasy 16 port out to Xbox immediately as soon as you can. Start proving that this is here so that the people out there that have been wanting to jump on board with Square Enix games know that they can that they're going to get consistent games from you guys now. That they're not going to have to worry about an Octopath Traveler situation where you play the first one and then the second one comes out and you're an Xbox only person and you got no opportunity to go play Octopath Traveler 2 now. Don't do that, right? So, again, it is classic to sit here, Mav, 3+ years later after all the conversations we've had about Square and about this situation and them coming out and this new guy saying exactly what we've been saying for years and going, we missed the boat. Like we did this all wrong. We've got to turn this ship around now. Like this is it. So love to see it. Hate that it has to go down this way. Hate the fact that people have to lose their jobs, more jobs in this industry being gone again. The industry is definitely going through a moment overall, but obviously with Square, it is just a numbers fact here that this is they're not in a good spot at all. If it wasn't for Final Fantasy 14, they would not be still here right now in the form that we see them in.
There's a second part aside to this too.
Yeah, right? Go shoot.
Like, and something I've been thinking about and trying to talk about it occasionally. I talked about it a little bit on FSP and then on Boom Show the other day. This is a blow to PlayStation.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at the amount of exclusive games they've had this generation, a lot of them have been Square Enix games, right? So you look at today and go back to the previous 5 years, okay? 5 years ago, what made you excited to be a PlayStation gamer and feel like that was a special place, right? Because like it's the console, it's all this. And what was there in the ecosystem, right? You had the brand familiarity and the marketing with Call of Duty, okay? That's going to be gone, right? You had the JRPGs and those Japanese style games that were only launching on PlayStation, Atlas games, right? Square Enix games, all those kind of things. It's going to be gone going forward. Atlas already dropped all those games on Xbox. Capcom's even doing more deals with Xbox as well. And now you have Square Enix saying, hey, we're not doing that anymore. Right?
Correct. Yep.
And if you look at the game, like Forspoken, Foam Stars, let's see what else. There was Babylon's Fall.
Did you see that space the other day, by the way, Bev? Did you see that space? Foam Stars 2 to be an Xbox Series X2 launch title.
That's so funny.
Oh God. Oh, awful.
But there was
yes,
there was a lot of Square games. People were like, yeah, Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. For people to say, yeah, this is making our content pipeline, right? And
it filled the hole. It filled the gaps.
It filled the gaps, sure. Right? And then you have, the other thing about PlayStation is you had the tentpole AAA big single player action adventure third person games, the kind of games that they've been doing for a long time. But even now there's a dried up pipeline for that. Like there's only one of those that we know about right now, and that's Wolverine.
Correct.
So look 5 years ago, what made PlayStation special about exclusivity on those kinds of games, and look at it where today. Of that, all of those things, really the only thing to look forward to right now today going forward is something like Wolverine, or maybe Death Stranding 2. I'll throw that in there also, right?
I don't know.
And you look at everything in that same 5 year period that Xbox has gained. All those studios, right? Activision Blizzard, all this stuff. And it's just, it seems like one company's been adding a lot of things that helps make them special, and with Game Pass and all this other stuff. And then PlayStation's been losing a lot of stuff that made them special, right?
Yep.
So overall, it's just, and this is like, I think it's a blow to their ecosystem. Yeah. That Square was their biggest third-party exclusive partner that just announced they're no longer going multi-plat.
Oh,
I mean, they're no longer going exclusives. They're going multi-plat.
Yeah, not to say that there will never be exclusives, right? I still think
have some.
They might have some here and there. They might even have some with Nintendo, right? More so. But yeah, no, I think it's a fantastic point, Mav. And it's something that I certainly thought about, and I appreciate you bringing it up right now. And Cygnus, I hear you. Sony saved Square before. That's why they have a good relationship. Well, remember, Capcom took Sony money to save themselves as well with the Street Fighter deal when they were in a bad spot, which was the moment that they started turning things around. But they were at such a point that they were going to sell, Smoke was, to Xbox, that the deal was done, all but the signature. So Capcom, but in business, right, those relationships, especially in the East with the old management style, was like that. Like, they didn't forget that was a part of how they did business, right? Back in the day, that's why the East was so unified when it came to the devs and that kind of stuff. You're absolutely correct. But in business, you have to stop that at some point. That you have to look at what it's doing eventually, right? And the old management were so stubborn that they kept blaming everybody else. They blamed all their Western devs that they purchased before they said anything about their strategy and what they were doing with the exclusive deals they were signing. They blamed everybody else besides the person in the mirror for what was going on. And it took this new look, this new CEO to come in and go, yeah, we've been doing this wrong for a long time now. We should have been looking at these other companies in our part of the world that are now, they were much like us, but now all of a sudden they're flourishing. How would it be to be the Square Enix board and to be sitting around watching Capcom produce record profits year after year, giving all of their devs raises and extra bonuses on top of those raises because of how good things are, and looking at your catalog of IP and just going, that should be us right now. Or at least we should be in a similar place as Capcom is right now. We're not. We did this. We did this. They should have realized it sooner. Obviously, again, relationships are important. We talk about it all the time. The reason why Atlas is now on Xbox, Mav and I will firmly believe, because of the cloud deal that they cut. Firmly will believe that forever. That was more than just the cloud deal. Relationships are important, but you got to do what's right by your company.
Yeah.
And again, Square, when you said Square Enix, there's very few gamers in the world who don't know who Square Enix is. There is no reason they should be coming out and saying our sales were okay. They were acceptable on our biggest franchise. They were acceptable, right? But they weren't. They should be growing. They should be going, we've hit the biggest number of sales for a Final Fantasy game ever with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Final Fantasy should be
16.
So huge, man.
Massive.
The history of it, the amount of effort and money they put into developing these games. But when you tailor your latest release to a specific audience, and in lieu of the history of the franchise, tailor it that much because you're so sold on trying to appeal to that fan base that you lose the essence and core of what you've always been about as a franchise in the first place. Yep. And then you still below expectations because you focus so much on that as opposed to growing the franchise and the game that people have loved for generations now. And it just short-term vision, man. Like some of these games they spend so much time on, so much money, so many years of development and stuff, and like the effort they put in to have to rely on one fan base supporting them. It doesn't make any damn sense.
Nope.
Business-wise for them. It would make sense as a first-party company to grow your own ecosystem, right? But it doesn't make sense for the money that they get to do those deals to the detriment of the long-term vision of their company. And that's why you see the Capcom and Bandai Namco and what they've done, doing business with everybody, right? Doing deals with everybody, putting games everywhere, and see what happens to those companies and their franchises. And to the point now where a game like Dragon's Dogma, which, like, I'm not trying to, like, I love it. Dragon's Dogma 2 is amazing and stuff, but it should not be bigger than Final Fantasy. The long, multi-decade history of the Final Fantasy franchise, and if you're older like me, you remember back in the day when you're a kid and how big a Final Fantasy 7 release was, 8, 9, 10, right? Oh, those were huge occasions for everybody. And it's to the point now, it's like, hey, it's just another game they're releasing this year. No, it was very little excitement comparatively to what we had in the past. And I think more people are playing Dragon's Dogma. I don't know the exact numbers, but
it's close
that way.
It's certainly close, right? It's certainly close, and like you said, it shouldn't be close. It shouldn't be after 12-year hiatus from Dragon's Dogma. It shouldn't be close.
Yeah, and they only had the one. I mean, they had the re-release of with Dark Arisen, but
Dark Arisen. Yeah,
it
shouldn't be close at this point. Again, we see the potential. Again, Mav and I go way back. I remember Squaresoft. I remember when they were everything to JRPG fans like me. Like they were everything, right? Secret of Mana. Why did they ever let Secret of Mana die off?
Yeah.
Why? Why do you do that? Again, the decisions
all those other Square RPG franchises they had back in the day, there was something special. You could see the box art, right? And it was always like the same style kind of, but you knew that was a Square Enix JRPG. Like I remember going to like the video rental store, whether it be Blockbuster or one of the other like places we had around here. And whenever like one would come out, is like, oh, you just see the box art, like that one's from Square, right?
That's Square.
And you knew it, and you knew just because of the way that the box art looked on it that it was going to be fucking amazing, right?
Yep.
And it was going to be a great ass JRPG. So what we would do is me and my buddy, we would rent that game and we would play it over the weekend, and we would take turns, and like one of us would like sometimes we go get the strategy guide for, and it could be in numerous different games. There were so many back then I can't even remember the names of all of them, but to what they are now, like it could be so amazing, dude.
Chrono Trigger, why Chrono Trigger is not a franchise is beyond me.
Yep.
Like again, I'm all for studios trying things, and they had that whole separate studio, Luminous, whatever the hell it was called, that tried Forspoken. But you allow Forspoken to release like it did with, again, if you're going to do new IP, right? That's great. I'm all for it. Capcom's back to trying new IP like Path of the Goddess. But when you look at Path of the Goddess, it already looks like, okay, that's a Capcom game. When you looked at Forspoken,
yeah,
it didn't look like a Square game, which is fine. Again, I'm for them trying new things, but when you're in the position that you're in, why not have that team go back to one of the IP that you've ignored for so long? Why not have them surprise the world with a new Chrono Trigger and say, we're starting up the franchise again? Chrono Trigger is beloved. Why not try it? Right? And finally, they're starting to bring some more Mana game. Vision is Mana. We just got that announcement at the Direct for Xbox. It's freaking fantastic. Visions of Mana's come back. But you let the peak time kind of go by on that one, and people forgot that even Mana was a Square game at one time. That Secret of Mana even exists. Now I got all these like 2.5 generations of people who don't even know that Secret of Mana exists, even if they're Square fans. That is what I'm talking about. Like, they have so much opportunity. I'm just hoping that now with this, Mav, there's realization that they can start doing that stuff, because that's exactly what Capcom has done to a T. They've gone back, leaned heavy on the old stuff, the old IP that works, lean heavily, and let that build the foundation of which they base going out and starting new IP and going back to other older franchises as well and reviving them. That's what Capcom has done. So I hope Square's following the same path. But your point about Sony, massive blow to PlayStation.
Can I read some of these classic I was just looking up a list, right? Okay, so Vagrant Story, Squaresoft.
Fantastic.
All right, so then we have Xenogears, Valkyrie Profile,
which just came out and didn't do so hot either.
The Final Fantasy VII, obviously. Then we have Chrono Trigger, like you said. Yep. These are all just PS1 in like a short time span. Threads of Fate.
Do you remember
that? Musashi, A Brave Fencer Musashi.
Oh, good game. Rare game.
Parasite Eve.
Parasite Eve should come back.
Yeah.
How have they not capitalized on the horror?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just crazy. Like, those all came out within like a 2-year period.
Yeah. And again, I know
it's a different era, you know what I mean? But
it is. I don't expect the quantity anymore out of these devs, Mav, like it used to be. We obviously know that's not the case. Budgets are overblown, and it takes 2 to 3 times as long to make a game nowadays, right? I get it, right? But the facts are that they have IP they could be using to reinvigorate themselves, and that's what I hope is coming. Yeah. I really hope that's coming, Mav, because they have it. But Sony's loss here is big. Like you said, on top of the loss of Call of Duty marketing rights, and now you're if you still want to consider Xbox a competitor, has control over the franchise, even though you're still going to have it. It's no longer yours to staple to your brand anymore after all these years. And now one of their biggest, if not their biggest, third-party exclusive dealer, corner dealer, right? Where they could go to and say, hey, we got some gaps. What can we get in here? Is gone. It may be gone too. to a point where, again, they just start putting stuff everywhere. Again, not that there's never going to be an opportunity for them to sign an exclusive deal. I just think that Square Enix, for the short term, for sure, for the foreseeable future, will be very gun shy about pulling that trigger on exclusivity deals if what they're talking about here is reality. If what they say is what exactly they mean that they're going to try to do, they will be very gun shy. And I don't think they're going to pull those triggers very often anymore. So yeah, it's going to be a massive blow to Sony. Sony is now finding themselves in a new world, and we might as well just roll in because it's a great segue anyways to what happened with Sony this week finally too, decision wise. But they're finding themselves in a new world, and the industry is changing. The ground's moving out from underneath them, and they're not quite sure what to do about it right now. They are obviously moving in directions. They're not standing still. They are making their moves. PC is obviously one of them. Again, happy Ghost of Tsushima launch day on PC, everybody. They are making their moves. They are doing what they can, but I don't know if they saw some of their, Call of Duty franchise not being their marketing rights anymore. They certainly could have planned for that. They certainly couldn't have foreseen potentially that Square Enix would wind up in the position that it's in, where it finally says, nope, we're going multi-plat. This is a whole new world. We got new leadership. This is it. So a lot of their safety nets are disappearing now. A lot of their safety nets are disappearing. And they are on very, very shaky ground right now. They still, again, we'll talk about it here real quick. Console sales down. They still sold a ton. But anytime you're talking about 20, 30% dip in your console sales, anytime you're putting out there that after 4 years you think you've peaked and you expect your console sales to continue to go down, don't care what company you are, right? Unless you're Nintendo and it's a decade after you put out your last piece of hardware, it's not good. That's not pretty. And putting out a PS5 Pro isn't going to, and I don't think they expect it because they said we expect this trend to continue downward. It's not going to save you. So now what do you got? Software sales. Well, like Mav said, Death Stranding 2, Wolverine. We know there's other games in the works. We know that. We just don't have a roadmap, so we still don't have any time frames. I mean, again, Naughty Dog, depending on what they're working on, a new IP could take them 6 years. So we don't know what they have next. Cory Barlog's team's working on something. But how big is that team? How big a project is this? Is that a 5-year, 6-year deal? We don't know because we haven't seen anything. They haven't talked about this stuff. But they're seemingly, Mav, finding themselves obviously still in a good spot with how many units they sold, but they're starting to fall behind PS4, right? As far as the graphs go, they're starting to fall behind PS4. This is not a good spot for Sony with the industry changing like it is. They've had their wake-up call with the ABK deal. They are moving to try to put themselves in better spots. But is it fast enough, man? Do they have the time to do this their way? Do they have the resources? We see Sony Corp extending themselves out to potentially buy Paramount, having to extend themselves with a loan. They're bringing in a group to help them make that purchase. If that purchase goes through, the investors have already been kind of talking out, saying, we don't know if this is great for us. So Sony is on very, very shaky ground here. Not that PlayStation's going to die. Again, it's not that type of doom and gloom ever around here. PlayStation ain't going to die. I know King likes to say that Kong is dying. I know. Love King. I love King. I know he's still on his no PS6 run too. I don't believe that. I believe they've already got the PS6 in the works. The PS5 Pro is going to be a Band-Aid in the meantime that they're hoping GTA 6, when it drops, potentially fall of next year, we found out today, is going to help boost that it's going to convert people because that will be current gen only. And obviously Grand Theft Auto 6, real quick, Take-Two announced today, or 2K. Was it Take-Two or 2K today? Or is it just Rockstar? I can't remember. I think it's
Take-Two.
It was Take-Two's overall numbers today, right? I think that's what it was. Yeah, Take-Two's announced today 200 million copies of GTA 5 now sold. Done. Okay. Again, Call of Duty is a yearly unicorn, right? Grand Theft Auto 5 is a all-time unicorn. I don't even know if GTA 6 will surpass what GTA 5 did. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. But GTA 5 is a once-in-a-lifetime unicorn right now. For this industry, that is nothing. I can't even imagine that kind of number ever in video games for one game. 200 million sold. So obviously, there's a lot of people though that have, and we got news about that this week, that a lot of the PS4 and Xbox One generation customers have not flipped yet to the current gen. GTA 6 and Call of Duty, if they finally went current gen only, which they're not, are two of the biggest games that could convert people. GTA 6 is obviously the biggest one in the room. So obviously Sony is hoping that they get through this year into 2025, got the PS5 Pro out. It's going to be a huge selling point, right? Potentially to be able to say the best place to play GTA 6 is going to be on your PS5 Pro. And they're going to hope that's going to switch a whole lot of people over. And maybe they get a nice bump from those PS4 people converting just to play GTA 6. Again, no doubt about it. I am not going to doubt that GTA 6 will convert plenty of people on both Xbox and PlayStation side. But I can see that hope. And it's not good when you're running your company on hope. And again, PlayStation's fine. They sold a ton of consoles. They still are making a ton of profit. The clown show is out here this week doing their dissertations and their master's papers on how all the articles about PlayStation's financials were wrong and that PlayStation is fine. And some of them were certainly correct in their number reading. Again, PlayStation is still making a ton of profit, but Sony Corp itself obviously depends upon them a lot. They're in rocky waters. Especially if they're going to try to continue to invest in other areas, obviously, which is going to be movies and TVs with this Paramount Plus deal. They're going to extend themselves. They're going to be in a tough spot. Again, the risks get bigger when this happens. And as you lose safety nets, right? When you're standing up on that high wire and your safety nets start disappearing, looks a lot further down. It gets a little bit shakier up there, right?
Yeah.
So, again, PlayStation ain't in the best place it's ever been at. It's in a good spot. But as these things happen now, Mav, as the industry changes, it's just not as sure of a thing anymore for them. And that's why we see them doing what they're doing. It's just, I question whether it's going to be fast enough. Do you think it's going to be fast enough, Mav? Do you think that they're making the moves in the right direction? Can they make all the moves they need to do to make sure that they maintain what they've already built?
I mean, the re-releases and the releases on PC right now are their lifeline to get them by.
Correct.
I mean, Helldivers 2, man, they got to be so happy that hit, that they made the decision to go ahead and allow Arrowhead to as well put it on PC, and not make that exclusively just for the console. Because could you imagine, like, the success that, despite all the craziness and the controversy that's gone on with the Sony screwing that up also in some ways, the success that's had, becoming the 7th most successful game of all time or whatever in such a short period of time for them, has got to be that like boost of like, okay, right? But the interesting thing is, like we talked about before, like the things that are being successful, the things that they're doing now it goes in the opposite of what they always talked about as being what they're all about and the specialness of their company. And it's now multiplayer games as a service game that's on PC day and date. It's now putting games on PC, like you got Ghost of Tsushima today. I see everybody talking about Ghost of Tsushima on PC today as well, right?
56,000 concurrent players today on day one is not a bad stat for that game.
When you look at like over time, what to look forward to right now for PlayStation, there's not a
Cygnus,
thank
you for Concord.
Yeah.
I forgot about Concord and Fair Games.
I want to know what those are.
And we don't know.
Like, I mean, extraction shooter, multiplayer, games of service game, Marathon will eventually hit, right? So that, like
those classic PlayStation games,
exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's their new thing, right? That
Right. It's not their bread and butter.
Their lifeline is being the thing that they promoted so much against being about for so long. Now they're a PC company and they're really relishing on the PC market right now. And beforehand, it was like the console is the reason. You know, we believe in generations, and you guys, we dictate when the generation starts, and like this is why it's best to play on play. Now it's like the PC side is what is making them tick, and you look at these games as service games they got coming out, like a Concord and Marathon and Fair games. If those don't launch, I mean, obviously Marathon will, but like if they don't launch those games day and date on PC as well, that like would they have a lot to look forward to for success? No. So like PlayStation is becoming that what we talked about before, and they had said in interviews, more of a multi-platform company as well, right? And that's going to be their lifeline as console sales continue to decline in the industry slightly, and as they invest more in multiplayer gaming and doing all these different kind of things, and invest more in the PC market as well. This is the kind of moves we see from them, and that's why it's just interesting. It's a different company. PlayStation today is extremely different than PlayStation was 5 years ago.
Oh,
extremely different, right? And if you're one of those people that was sold all of that stuff for so long about this is what makes them special, right? The premium, premium, right? All these moves and what PlayStation is kind of becoming now kind of flies in the face of that, and they are more and more becoming like Xbox, because that's the bigger way to make more money and to reach more people and to grow your games, is to be in as many places as possible. And we've been saying this for so long. Eventually, it's like they've just been dragging along like 5 or 6 years behind the Xbox model all along, and this is what we're seeing now. All the games of service they have in development, they finally have a successful one now. And it's funny that a lot of the games that are going to be played and are being played on PlayStation, that is games of service and multiplayer wise, are actually Microsoft games and Xbox games. You're going to talk about Call of Duty, right? Diablo,
Sea of
Thieves now, right? And it's just, if you look at PlayStation and think like who really holds the strength here, the companies that are PlayStation's like revenue more and more is becoming more and more dependent on PC and Windows, and also on the Xbox games and service games, which is very interesting. That's why they got to develop some of their own. And they are, but that doesn't excite. That's not going to excite the fan base as much as like a new Uncharted or a new Ghost of Tsushima. So I think they really got to figure out the best way to do both. And we right now haven't seen the announcements of those other things. But those things are going to be what sells the consoles, right? So when I think we're going to see some of those when they announce the PS5 Pro. Some of these games that are further pipeline, right? Those Cory Barlog, or Naughty Dog and Sony Santa Monica, Sucker Punch, like those type of games made by those type of companies. Ghost of Tsushima 2 is got to happen, right? So I think we're both on the same page. That'll be one that they're really going to push when they announce that. And so I think when they have that, they're going to market some of those games and finally unveil some of their pipeline. But it's just the question is, when are those going to come out? When will they have some ready sooner than later? All that kind of stuff, because I don't know. There's not a lot for me to be like super excited about for like a new PlayStation console right now. And especially if the only games they really have announced coming soon in their pipeline are also launching on PC day and date. So I don't know.
It's crazy, Matt, because I saw a lot of people running with the quote because they reiterated, but this is stuff that we talked about last year because they said it and nobody wanted to believe it, or everybody just poo-pooed it and said, oh, yeah, whatever. They came out again. It said Sony PlayStation focus has shifted from game sales to actual playtime. Monthly active users. Where have we heard this, map? Again, we talked about this. But that alone, them reiterating that fact again, you can say everything is golden right now on PlayStation. You could be one of those people that says everything's golden, profits are up, still selling. Even if we're down on consoles, we're still out selling Xbox 5-1 or whatever the hell it was for that quarter. You could say all of that. But the fact is that management has been consistent now for nearly 2 years from PlayStation side of things, starting with those Jim interviews 2 years ago, Matt, where he sat down and he said, our console base is not enough anymore.
Yep.
And people wanted to say, oh, whatever, but Jim, okay, whatever, Jim, just give us our bangers and everything will be fine, blah, blah, blah. They're telling you, because in the middle of what you just talked about, Matt, trying to find that balance where they get out games as a service that increase their playtime. And again, not every single one of these is going to work, right? Not every single one of these is going to be a Helldivers 2. Not every single one of these is going to produce the results and be a hit that you see all of a sudden this explosion of players constantly online within your ecosystem playing these games. It's not going to work that way. It doesn't do that for anybody, especially when all the competition's out there, like Mav just pointed out, Call of Duty, Diablo, your Maddens, right? Your NBA 2Ks, right? Your Sea of Thieves now. You've got competitors putting games into your system that do exactly what you want your games to do. You have one success in Helldivers 2, which is fantastic, right? Again, we've praised the hell out of Helldivers 2. Fantastic. They tried to screw that up. They're still trying to screw that up right now with the 177 countries not be able to purchase it. But those, whatever. Again, I gave them the smoke. Sony, what are you doing? But they aren't going to see that with every one of their games. So they got to find this balance, but also, Mav, again, they already talked about it. The AAA industry as a whole, and especially we saw it from the Insomniac leaks. The AAA industry as a whole has their coming to Jesus moment that I talked about last year, I thought was coming. They are having this coming to Jesus moment now. So in the midst of trying to find this balance, trying to do new things like put their games into PC, probably trying to get their PC launcher up and running, which good luck, Sony. Again, I guarantee you're going to get it up and running. You're going to try day and date only on the Sony PlayStation PC launcher. It ain't going to go over, okay? So they're trying to do all this, Matt, but they also got to figure out for your Naughty Dogs, for your Sony Santa Monicas, right? How do we get the budgets down? How do we get the budgets in control? How do we put out content faster? How do we make these games not one and done games? Everybody said we were stupid for that, and the community was stupid for running with that thing. And again, was it overboard? Yes, of course it was overboard. But they are saying that themselves, man. They don't have the engagement with their games outside of that initial playthrough. They don't have it. And if you're going to spend $300 million on the game, well, if your shift has focused, or if your focus has shifted to your active users and to how much time they're spending in, and that $300 million game produces 20 hours per player, and then they're done with that game, that's not the return on investment. Even if you made the money that you thought you could, it's still not the return on investment where you really want it to be, which is engagement, which is people sitting in your ecosystem. So they're going to have to adjust that too and try to figure out with these studios, are we going to let you make the classic PlayStation game that we've been known for, and we'll supplement you hopefully through all these other experimentations that we are doing into games as a service, into PC. We'll supplement you. You got to get your budget under control, but we'll let you make your normal classic game. Or Mav, is the directive going to start filtering down now? That's great. You want to make Last of Us 3? That's great. We're going to need some monetization in there. We need some DLC. How are you guys going to keep people coming back to this thing? How are you going to keep growing this game out beyond the initial buy, beyond that initial playthrough? What do you guys got planned? Is that now starting to become a part of the process for these devs as well with underneath first-party PlayStation? And how does that affect what they do? Because they've been so used to doing one way for so long with huge levels of success. These are all interesting questions, Mav. that are going on at PlayStation right now. And I again, they're not in a good spot. They want to expand the PS5 on the install base. That's okay. That's normal. Provide richer game experiences. That's what I was just talking about. That was on one of their slides. Provide richer game experiences. To me, Mav, that means
ongoing games.
Games. Yeah. More. Continuing beyond just the one playthrough.
Yeah. Release the game, move on, and start developing the next one. And you're done. Right.
And now, Mav.
But it's like flies in the face of what their Insomniac leaks also said, where they canceled like the Spider-Man stuff and like obvious home runs. Like,
right. So they're obviously balancing out risk, right? Yeah. They're obviously trying to figure out because we knew when Jim said they were going to have 12 games within 4 years of service, right? Whatever the hell it was that he said. We were like, come on, Jim. Really? Come on. How many of those are you going to get out the door?
Yeah.
And it's slowly one by one, we saw them start to
There's only been a couple announced,
And yes, we are going to see live how these decisions play, because supposedly that Horizon Zero Dawn or Forbidden West BR is still in the works.
Yeah.
And that was like the worst one we saw out of all of them. We were like, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
So this is interesting.
Understood that. But
no, I never understood that either. But, to transition here a little bit, Mav, to segue here, because we have two gentlemen now in charge. You guys saw the thumbnail. It's been talked about all week as well. Not just one person can replace Jim Ryan. That's the type of God Jim Ryan was. And I think we should all recognize that Jim Ryan was just walking amongst us mortals at his time at PlayStation, and Sony tried their best to find one person. They said, we just can't do it. Jim was just too big. We got to have two. We got to have two people take over. And those two people, one guy who I called him in the nicest way possible, and actually a complimentary way in our DMs. I called him a roach, a survivor. Mav came back with another good call and said he's more like a lizard or a chameleon. He adapts to every situation. Mr. Herman Holst.
Survivalist.
He is. He's the classic yes man behind the big shots, just waiting for his time. Maybe even doing some dirty deeds behind the scene to make his way to the top. Herman Holst, I would never underestimate that man. Never. And again, I've always said that Herman, as far as a gamer goes, I'd much rather listen to Herman Holst talk all day about PlayStation than Jim Ryan. So I always thought maybe Herman had a chance, right? But he's at a meteoric rise, right? This is like, this is beyond
games, right?
Yeah, Guerrilla Games, right? The dude, like crazy. But that's why I call him what I called him. And again, it was with the utmost compliments involved in it, right? So Herman Holst, but also Hideaki Nishino as joint CEOs, right? So Sony announced it this week, PlayStation announced it this week, that Herman Holst and Hideaki Nishino will be joint CEOs, succeeding Jim Ryan. This is coming from one of everybody's favorite reporters, Mr. Christopher Dring. Both are PlayStation veterans, have been a part of the company for the best part of two decades, although they're the first CEOs who were not a part of the PS1 era. So this is a new generation for PlayStation here. Holst is CEO of the Studio Business Group, covering all of Sony's first-party development. Basically, he's doing the same job with a bigger title.
Yeah.
Really. Because he was already running the ship. Jim wasn't really calling the shots at the studios. It was Herman, right? We know this.
Yeah, I don't think Jim knew anything about game development or anything.
I mean, I'm sure after 30 years or whatever he was a PlayStation, he knew some. Obviously,
he didn't know how to hold a controller.
He didn't know how to hold a controller. No, he didn't play him, although he claimed he did. Okay. Meanwhile, Nishino-san will lead the platform business group, which covers hardware, services like PSN, and the third-party partnerships, including indies. But the best part of all this, Matt, money men. We talked about this. Speculation town back when we found out that Jim was leaving. Again, this is opinion and speculation. We have never on any of our shows come to you and say, we speak the facts, the truth. This is the word of God. Okay. We have never done that once in any of our shows. We are talking about an industry that we have passion for. But when we talk about this stuff, it is the same as every other single fucking talking head out here. I don't care if you're PlayStation, I don't care if you're Xbox, I don't care if you're Nintendo, unless you work directly for one of these companies and are speaking about that company, you are speaking opinions. And it's the same here. But we had speculation on this, Matt. And I said back then, and you said, we had long talks about all this, and we all kind of came to a lot of the same conclusions. A lot of us different little perspectives here and there on the situation. But Jim Ryan was given the reins of PlayStation because of his success that he had in Europe, which is undeniable. The dude was a numbers guy, and he brought PlayStation, the European division, to levels they had never seen before, and to a level of dominance that is still felt today, because Xbox doesn't have any presence much over in Europe. PlayStation is, outside of Nintendo, right, obviously, the gaming system in Europe. And Jim Ryan was the head of that division. He was handed the reins single-handedly by Sony Corp. They moved the headquarters of PlayStation from Japan to the United States to focus on the West. Jim Ryan was the decision maker who switched up the controller back east to make it the Western style with the X and the O. Is it the X and O or the X and square switch around? I can't remember which one it is. Never. You guys know know that story. He was the decision maker behind that. Sony Corp, in my opinion, gave James Ryan, full control of PlayStation with little to no supervision. Yes, Jim still obviously had to report to the corp. Jim still had his meetings. He still flew to Japan. You heard how Jim said flying all over the world was very tiring. That's why he had to step away, right? He was still doing that stuff. But they had the most faith they've had in a CEO in a long time with Jim Ryan. And they said, Jim, go do your thing. Jim did his thing. Sony Corp, I believe, during the Jim Ryan era, the headquarters, the old dogs in the barn who used to have a lot more say, I think Jim Ryan gave them very minimal communication about what was going on at PlayStation. They got to see the numbers. Numbers always look pretty, dominating. They were cool with it then. But when things started changing in the industry and they started having questions, that's when I think Jim started going, ooh, wait, they're going to start seeing stuff. They're going to start coming down. This is not going to be the PlayStation I was running. Maybe I can't do this. Maybe I don't want to do this anymore. Maybe they did ask him to leave. Maybe they gave him an option. You can be fired or you can retire. Which one? Maybe all that happened. I don't care about that. However, that went down. But I think Jim Ryan did pull PlayStation away from Sony Corp more than any of their other CEOs ever had. And I think that when they started looking at this stuff, Matt, when the questions started appearing, when Jim Ryan started saying, we no longer can sustain what we've been doing all this time, and Sony Corp's going, well, why? Did you not plan for this? What are we doing? Jim Ryan might not have had the right answers for them. And they might have felt like, ooh, we've let this go too far. And the reason why I said that, right, is because I kind of saw what they did when Jim Ryan was on his way out by bringing Hiroki Totoki in, a money guy, a straight up money guy, the CFO of Sony Corp, by the way, a money guy, bringing him in the interim. And then I got that impression a little bit stronger, Mav, when he started traveling to all the dev studios, and he came out and said, well, you guys really know how to be creative, and we love your creativity, but you guys don't know shit about business. The books ain't looking good. Hiroki, you can spin his quotes however you want to. Hiroki was saying the books are effed. Okay? This is not looking the greatest. Like, yes, our end of the year, our quarterly numbers, all that's fine. But internally within this dev studios, you guys are burning through cash. You guys are burning through resources, and yeah, we need to pull back the reins. And now I think this confirms it even more because they put Herman Holst and Hideaki Nishino in as dual CEOs, the two-headed monster at PlayStation. But
Hiroki.
in this release, they both have to answer to Hiroki Totoki, the money man, the CFO. Sony Corp has stepped back into PlayStation and taken more of the reins. They have put a leash on Herman Holst and Hideaki with Hiroki Totoki to make sure that they don't lose connection with PlayStation again, to make sure that they are involved directly when they're making decisions like to go buy Bungie for $3 billion or to invest in the PSVR 2 like they did. They want to make sure that they have a direct person who will report back to them constantly and not say, no, everything's good. Don't worry about it. Like Jim Ryan probably was. Nah, we got everything's fine. You guys like those numbers? Yeah. We'll have those numbers for you again. Don't worry about what we're doing over here. I got this. And again, Jim wasn't that type of dude to do it that way, but I think that Jim was running the ship all by himself without any real leashes from Sony Corp. Now, direct leashes. And the money men are in charge now. And they are going to make sure that, yes, they continue to create the experiences that their fans have come to love, but they're going to make sure that those are within budget, that if there's any trimming that needs to be done, more trimming, which I do expect to happen for PlayStation as well, that they will do it under the guidance of an actual money dude, a CFO of Sony Corp in Hiroki Totoki, and that everything will be run through approval for him. Whatever they want to do, whatever Herman and Hideki's kind of plans are, it will go through Hiroki, and then, of course, back to Sony Corp before anything gets done out the gate. And I think that that is an important key takeaway in this week's news. Again, the fact that they're putting two people in charge, splitting it up, not too much power allocated to one person like it was previously under their previous CEOs is another sign. But Hiroki is the biggest sign to me that we were probably onto something with our speculation. Matt, talk to me. Herman Holst, Hideaki Nishino, both of them leashed to Hiroki Totoki. What does this say about the future of PlayStation, Mav, and everything we kind of talked about prior to this news here? What do you think about the two-headed monster, man? Is this a two-headed Godzilla, or is this a abomination that we will see some fighting amongst everybody involved here, and it could wind up to more problems? What do you think about this, Mabel?
Oh man, so first off, your legacy as a president, CEO, whatever of a company, for me, will always be dictated on how you leave it.
Yes.
Right. And what are the hurdles and obstacles now that other people that are taking charge have to overcome? And I think as we speculated when it was announced that Jim Ryan left, that there was a shit show behind the scenes going on at PlayStation. Because guess what? Shortly after he announced he was leaving, what'd they do? They had multiple rounds of layoffs and all these other kinds of situations, the whole fiasco going on with Bungie, all this stuff. Now, I understand industry-wide issues and all that kind of stuff, but it seemed like there was a little bit of chaos ensuing behind the scenes at the production level with Sony and PlayStation. Several game cancellations behind the scenes. The most notable being Factions, which was an entire multiplayer mode that became a game that was going to be bigger than even their single player games, then all of a sudden not going to exist at all. And that got canned along with multiple other live service games that they had kicked off in the Jim Ryan era behind the scenes. And I'll tell you what, I would think money men don't like more than anything is when you just light money on fire and burn it with no even chance to recoup. And yeah, I know there's losses and wasted development costs and sunk costs at all these companies, and sometimes you got to make decisions to cut things off because you know it's going to be a bad investment. But to have all of that, those statements before every big franchise we have is going to go games as service, and just really kind of asinine comments like that. To say we're going to have 10 or 12 or whatever games of service games and then canceling half of them. It's just not a very good allocation of resources for a company. We saw the sunk cost and stuff with Square and what that did for them as well. I keep going on about this. A lot of times these companies, their way of taking these short-term answers is all these layoffs and stuff. But I'm telling you, how about you stop wasting money on dumb ideas and canceled projects and half-finished things and actually just release games. Put out games that you think people want to see. Take the easy home runs that are out there for everybody. And guess what? You're not all of them are going to hit, but you're going to have some successes. You're going to have some failures, and that's the games business, right? But dicking around, making tons and tons of things that never see the light of day, not a really good allocation of resources. And I think that's Jim Ryan's biggest flaw. The bet on PSVR, another big, huge thing. How much they invested into that, allocation of resources and studios, development costs, all these kind of things without any really chance for any kind of major gains there, because it's such a small audience that would ever consider buying a $500 device to have as an accessory for a $500 device to begin with. Just bad ideas culminating into the situation now where they got rid of Connie Booth. They had her team leave, multiple game cancellations, issues going on like crazy at Bungie and all these different scenarios. Now losing the multi-platform partner or the exclusivity partnership kind of with Square Enix that they had, loss of specialness of having the Atlas games only on their platform. ABK marketing for Call of Duty, all that kind of stuff is now out the window. What is Herman Holst and Hideaki Nishino inheriting here? And they're inheriting something that we talked about for a while. It's a different animal than they were 5 years ago, around when the Jim Ryan era was really getting going. And you got to look at it, and maybe Hiroki Totoki is like trying to rein in the chaos and get their studios back on track. Because if we really look at the Jim Ryan era, I don't remember exactly the year he took over, but I remember this kind of era that really pushed things forward started in 2013-ish for PlayStation with their marketing and their aggressiveness and going forward. And then especially in 2016 when they had that summer, when they had their showcase and really had just one of the best showcases I can remember seeing for a first party company with so many big time games coming soon. And they laid out the gauntlet for first party titles since then that lasted a good 4 or 5 years, right? But now they're dried up. They have no pipeline really of a big exciting games. That is all because of what transpired during the Jim Ryan era. And Herman Holst, Studios business group executive now, or whatever you want to call it, I think he has his biggest work cut out for him, because he's got to reestablish kind of that 2016 idea of when that they had that showcase of what's going to happen going forward and get their main studios back on track to have that excitement delivered back to the PlayStation fan base. Then you look at it, and I don't know who has the toughest job. Because out of all the stuff, one of the things that made PlayStation special before to a lot of people was those third-party exclusives. Those special games that you only got on PlayStation because of the relationships and the deals that PlayStation was cutting with all those other partners. So that's where Hideaki Nishino comes in, because he's part of the third-party partnership group or whatever. He's in charge of that. So how do you reestablish that? Well, you just lost Square. Maybe you get some deals with them. I don't know, but it's not going to be like it was before. So what do you do? And I don't know. It's a big challenge. I think they got to work together. I think having the separate people where they can really focus on individual goals can be a good thing because they're not spread as thin, right?
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah, they're not spread as thin. They can hyper focus on, hey, this is what I need to do. I'm going to focus on these franchises, our tentpole franchises, our tentpole studios, our IPs, and as Herman Holst, that's what he's got to do, right?
And that's what he knows.
Right.
Herman obviously doesn't know everything there is to know about the hardware side and all that kind of. Hideki has been at PlayStation for a lot longer and does know that stuff, right? So it does make sense from a talent standpoint what their knowledge is to do a two-headed monster here to take over for Jim at this point. It does,
right? And Hideaki Nishino, like maybe he's going to be focused on growing and trying to get those deals and partnerships and stuff with all these companies. And I think both of them have seen over the last 5 years from what they were to today, they're in a different spot and they got to kind of rebuild, right?
Yeah, they got to evolve. They're in the middle of an evolution too. Like it's like crazy to lose your. I think Jim took over 2019. I want to say. I think it was 2019 or 2018. He took over for PlayStation. Yeah, to lose your leadership like that, to lose your head guy after 30 plus years at your company who started this process with some initiatives and then just retires, walks away, gets fired, whatever you want to call it, and drops it into these two guys' laps like, here you go. Good luck. Try to find that balance, gentlemen. Like that is a nuts position to be put in. Yes, they have a lot of benefits right now as PlayStation again is still selling a crazy amount of consoles, have been still making crazy amount of profit. Like they're doing good, but they're in a transition period and these two got to work together from each side that they're overseeing to make sure that they're in sync with Hiroki Totoki, the money guy looking over both of them going, let me see those books. Let me see those books. I know we got to do this. But let me see those books. That is a tough spot to be in.
Yeah,
not an enviable.
Ultimately,
spot.
Who's really in control here is Hiroki Totoki, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's Sony Corp.
Yeah, it's Sony Corp, right? So, but I will say, I think Hiroki Totoki is on the right mark here, even though being a money guy, right? Because I think what he did is when he was interim, he took the time to really figure out who was going to be best at what and to make sure that they are focused on the right path forward, and to not just like say, okay, you do everything to somebody that's maybe not prepared or qualified to do so. I think he was looking for the strengths of who knows and how to handle what they need to do. And I think that's why he chose those two gentlemen to be the co-CEOs. And
I can agree with that.
So, it's that I don't know who would be like the right answer if you just picked one person, right? I don't know if maybe there wasn't anybody within PlayStation to be that answer. But I will say that Herman Holst has got an opportunity now, right? I do like that he comes from the creative side. Being involved with Guerrilla early on and all that kind of stuff to now ascending to this role, right? I do appreciate that. I'm not really familiar with Hideaki Nishino's like background, but I think he's been there a long time, and that one thing they've done really well in the past is work on those third-party relationships and stuff. And if that's what he's been focused on, then like they got somebody that knows how to do it. So let them cook. We'll see what they do. Jim Ryanair is over. This is now Herman Holst. This is a Holst Nishino era. That should be like. That sounds like in a dystopian like cyberpunk universe. There'd be like a building like in like Tokyo. It's like Hearst Nishino.
Yes. It's the double H era
Holst
for PlayStation.
Yeah.
Actually, the triple H, Hideki or Hiroki. So they got the triple H era in PlayStation. Yeah. Let's go. If Hiroki Totoki comes out to his press conference and spits water in the air, we're in.
Hiroki Holst and Hideaki.
Yeah, I think we are going to see some Hiroki moves, though. I do think that now I think they put him in the interim to get down and dirty with the books, to go visit these devs, to go see what he needed to do, obviously to help make the decision of how they're going to proceed with CEO going forward. But I think now that that's all been completed, like I said, I still think we're definitely going to see some PlayStation cuts. I think we could see some more PlayStation closures. We did get word, man. I don't know if you caught this, that they who was the studio that they canceled the entire project to? Was it Fire Sprite or was it the other one? The Fire team.
There's Firewalk. I think it was
Firewalk, and I think it was Firewalk. We did get word that they have started a new project and formed a new studio with those people, with some of those people from Firewalk. So that's interesting.
There's also like Deviation Games. Supposedly, they kickstarted a studio with
maybe one I was thinking about. Maybe I was.
Yeah.
I think I could have one of the fires. But anyways, but I think that we're going to see some of the money man moves within PlayStation, some of the hard stuff. PSVR 2 is one of the places where they absolutely could stop. I talked about it a long time ago, the PSVR 2 winding up being the next Vita, where they abandon ship and get out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't doubt that he makes some big cuts here within PlayStation and some more restructuring within PlayStation. Now that he has a lay of the land, now that he's got the two people in charge, I think that this is when we see Hiroki go, okay, we got to slim and trim. And it's not going to be pretty and it's not going to be fun. And again, they don't have to. Just like Xbox, they can have their cake and eat it too, even though they're not $1 trillion company, even though Sony Corp depends on PlayStation. They still have the profits. They're showing record profits to have their cake and eat it too. So if those come down, I'll definitely have smoke for them for that too. But interesting to see this happen, Mav, in the middle of their kind of transformation. This industry is already very wild when it comes to everything. Like, it is constantly on the move. It is constantly shifting. It's constantly changing. And to see a major company, one of the major 3 companies like PlayStation, go through a head change like this and put 2 guys in charge with a 3rd guy over them with a leash, trying to see PlayStation to smoother waters as this industry changes, or to try to see them change their whole kind of business model and how it's always been and how it's been successful, and maintain that success while transforming. This is going to be fascinating, as I always like to say. Fascinating. I think it's going to be cool, man, to watch. But there could be trouble water ahead. There could be some tough decisions made by Hiroki.
I think sure. I like overall, like, I'm more excited about the potential here than I was for a long time
with Jim.
Yeah. So, I don't play on PlayStation anywhere near the amount I used to. Like, it's become something like I barely ever touch. Yeah. And before it was for a long time, it was a second console for me, Yep. But I still spent way more time on it than I do today. And like, I just want to be excited again about some of the games coming. And it just wasn't for a long time, man. Like, and right now, today, I'm not really looking forward to, besides Wolverine, I'm not looking forward to anything that's currently announced. For a single player or for any of the first party content announced for PlayStation right now.
Yep.
I just honestly, the only thing I have any level of excitement for is Wolverine.
Yep. I understand it, man. It's where I've been for a long ass time. Again, Stellar Blade certainly has a second party deal. I mean, I really want to play Stellar Blade. I hope they announce it for a PC. That a game I go buy a PlayStation. Still want to talk about this all the time. Is that a game I go buy a PlayStation for? Nope, it's not. Ghost of Tsushima is the one game that I had FOMO for selling my PS4 early and not playing. It's the one Sony first party game that absolutely I have been dying to play. Is that one game? And then obviously you mix in some of the other, Eastern stuff that doesn't come to Xbox that I could buy. Does that make me want to buy a PlayStation 5? No, it didn't. That's why I don't have one. That's why I haven't invested in their ecosystem. That's why I had to go through PlayStation support to get my PSN login reestablished today, just to play Ghost of Tsushima, right? because that's how little I've cared about their ecosystem.
Yeah.
Last of Us 2 was not the game I wanted. Loved The Last of Us 1 as a GOAT. Had Last of Us 2 been in line with Last of Us 1, had it been the story I wanted it to be, would that been enough along with the other stuff? Potentially. Horizon. I really like Horizon Zero. I'm one of the Horizon fan. I like Horizon Zero Dawn. Can't wait to play Horizon Forbidden West. Was that enough for me to go buy a PlayStation 5? Nope, it's not. God of War, again, good game. I understand why people love God of War, but not for me. Right? Yeah. Spider-Man, not for me. So what are we talking about here? Again, this is the same conversation, man, we've had forever. If the PlayStation was back in the day and they were putting out games of a diverse quality like Xbox does, that's what I want to see again. Mm-hmm. I want to see a diverse lineup. And again, that doesn't mean just, that doesn't mean, just games as a service, right? That's not just going to cut it. I want them to try to make different genres again. I want them. And again, I know Returnal. Yes. Cool game, right? Ratchet and Clank. Great. Cool game. Used to buy them on sale all the damn time and just kick them around for a few hours and have a good time. But I want them back in those days with the motor storms, right? I want them to go try
Drive Club. They were trying with that at least.
Twisted Metal, right? I want those days back where, again, SOCOM, right? I want those days. And do we ever get that again? I don't know. I don't know if we ever get that PlayStation
Siphon
again. But
filter.
That's what it's about. Right. I can't wait to see what Cory Barlog's new game is. I'm super excited about that, right? If it's a sci-fi game, of course I'm going to be excited to see what it is, right? Am I thinking that it's going to be something outside of what they normally do at Sony Santa Monica? No, right now I can't imagine that it's going to be something different. But if it's like a Western style RPG, cool, right? I would be like, yes, let's go see what this thing's about.
Yeah.
That's what I need to see, and we just haven't seen any of it. We haven't seen any signs of that yet. So again, that's why I don't own a PlayStation 5. That's why I'm not invested in the ecosystem. But PlayStation it's in a good spot. It ain't dying, but it certainly ain't in the best spot it's ever been. It's got a lot to figure out, and we're watching it real time right now, just like Xbox, evolve into something different from what we think of PlayStation as. And where it ends, how it finally looks in its final butterfly form when it breaks out of the cocoon, we're gonna wait and see. But there's a lot going on with PlayStation right now, man. There's a lot, and not all of it good. So we will see. We will see, Mav. We will see. All right, Mav. Let's see here. What should we get into? Hey, let's get into some exciting news, Mav. Let's get into some exciting news today as well that broke today. This was cool as hell. Unexpected news.
Yeah.
Activision's got a new studio, brother.
Right. I saw this and I wonder, like, when did this transpire? It was my first thought. How long have they been in existence without being announced? All those kind of things.
Yep. Tom Warren said that it has been formulating prior to the acquisition.
Okay.
So it has been in a while. But why I'm excited, Mav, is because obviously we just had the closures last week, which we talked about.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously. I was extremely excited to see this morning, that this was not, even though obviously we know they were making some tough decisions on the Bethesda side and they were making some cuts. They made some very tough decisions on the Activision side, right? We saw the cancellation of a Blizzard project.
Yeah.
The fact that this new studio, right,
has
was
survived.
not a part, they survived, right? Because it wasn't announced, Matt. Nobody knew about this studio. Nobody knew about it. Would have been easy for them just to say, "Yeah, guys, we're going to be transferring these departments. We got some opportunities here, but the studio's not going forward." Nobody would have known unless somebody came out and talked. So the fact that the studio survived was fantastic. Why can't I not find the article? Wait, she just disappeared. Why did I not have this in here? I know I've got it in here. Where the hell is it? Oh my God.
This also leads to, like, these companies can have studios that we've never heard of before.
Yes.
For a while. And like, it's interesting to think that, because we've been speculating, has Xbox acquired Oxide Games or anything like that without making it public? And it's very possible other things could have happened that we don't know about.
Of
and
course.
like this studio just being in existence and having a name and all this kind of stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
who are they? Where did they come from? You know, and
Well,
there's, I guess, read the article there.
let's
Tom.
read it. I found it. I found Jez's article here out of Windows Central. Of course, the amazing Jez Corden. Listen, there's a couple things here too. I'll read the article and then I'll get into it. But yes, Mav, you're absolutely correct. Again, this is the stuff that nobody knows about, that we sit and speculate, that unless you're in the boardrooms, we don't know shit. It's all opinion based and all speculation. This is why. This is the stuff that we just don't have any idea about until it's officially announced. And again, they could have disappeared it and nobody would have been the wiser, right? And they probably may have disappeared other studios and nobody was the wiser, right?
So
but this is fake.
One hypothetical. Maybe this is just way too early to speculate on this.
Yeah.
Okay. But
yes.
Is it this a slim possibility? Who leaked this? Was it Tom?
I don't know who actually had the breaking on this. I don't know who first broke it. I don't know because I caught it at work.
If it was Tom Warren, he seems to know more about the Xbox Summer Showcase than anybody else, right?
Yes. He does.
And
Jez been hinting that he's been here more too. But yeah, Tom Warren has been obviously with the Doom thing and stuff for sure.
If you're to have this information kind of close to showcase season and stuff, like, is there a chance that if they've been working on something for a few years now, or a couple years, that they actually could even be close to getting ready to announce whatever they're working on? And that could be why this information is getting out there now. That's some crazy speculation, right?
Well, no, because they do now. Again, people hate when they tease so early, but they tease also to hire. And the studio is hiring, right? They tease these games to hire. That's why we saw the Blizzard survival game so early, even though now it's canceled, because they were trying to hire more people, because Blizzard need to hire more people for that team. They do that all the time now. It's part of the industry. Again, some people hate it. I don't mind seeing, obviously, I don't mind getting teased. But yeah, that could be potential, Mav. And I think there's a couple other points to this studio too, which is interesting. We go back a little bit to some of the early smoke in the acquisition season phase two. Microsoft Activision team is opening a new game studio in Poland, Mav.
Warsaw.
Elsewhere Entertainment to build a new AAA IP. Again, this is from Windows Central and Jez Corden. Studio boasts The Last of Us, Witcher, Cyberpunk, and Uncharted developers in its team. God, I love this.
And what's interesting here, Pong, is like they formed a studio in Poland. Not this isn't like just, hey, we're gonna take Infinity Ward and splinter them off, or we're gonna take any of their other big studios and just splinter them off and start a new team. This is actually going into Poland to start a new studio and hire some of the immense talent that is located there to form this studio. So this was a purposeful idea from Activision years ago. And remember we speculated, like, is Activision going to finally start getting back to making new games again and stuff like that? This seems like, because they had talked about wanting to do that, this seems like early on, this is how we start handling that situation.
Yeah.
Right.
We heard about how bad Bobby was at greenlighting things, and that they, again, were putting everybody on Call of Duty, but it seems like there was a couple things at least in the works, right? We'll see if that Treyarch ex BioWare dev game ever shows up sometime that we
the other Infinity Ward game
or Infinity Ward. I mean, Infinity Ward and ex BioWare devs working on a first person RPG. It'll be interesting to see if that ever shows up too, because then we'll be able to be like, okay, so they were greenlighting some stuff. But absolutely, this proves that there was some of that was going on in the background. Activision, Microsoft's subsidiary Activision revealed a new studio today dubbed Elsewhere Entertainment. The firm is comprised of industry vets boasting credits in games like The Last of Us and Witcher 3. Activision also revealed new vacancies on their website for Elsewhere, which, funny enough, when I clicked on the link, let me see if it's back up again, had disappeared. Nope, it's back up. When I clicked on it earlier today, it was showing that there was nothing there, and I was like, ooh, did they pull it down? Not thinking that they were going to have this, but it's back up. So there is definitely open positions at the studio. The studio is working on a narrative-based game in a totally new AAA franchise. Microsoft's Activision subsidiary announced today that it was opening a new game development studio to take advantage of the huge talent pool growing in Poland. It'll be the second Activision studio based in the region, joining Infinity Ward Krakow, Although this studio is in fact not working on Call of Duty. Elsewhere Entertainment is an all-new studio incubating an all-new franchise boasting industry vets. The new studio is based in Warsaw with additional resources in the United States and enjoys alumni from franchises like The Last of Us, Uncharted, The Witcher 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Far Cry, and more. Built from the ground up, Elsewhere Entertainment is a premier and standalone studio dedicated to establishing an environment that inspires bold and diverse ideas. The team's underlying missions encourage everyone to explore and collaborate creatively to craft a franchise with an enduring legacy that resonates far beyond games. The new studio has full access to Activision's resources and tools as it continues to increase production and development. Elsewhere is opening its search for best-in-class talent from across the industry and around the world to help create a state-of-the-art and next-generation gaming experience. Mav, next-generation gaming experience. Now, do they mean current gen, next gen, or are they hinting that this could be obviously
2026 game,
2026, 2027, somewhere in that neighborhood? They're shooting for the next generation. We will find out. While not yet named, Activision spokesperson tells us that Elsewhere Entertainment is working on a narrative-based AAA game and is completely new franchise. Activision also tells us that Elsewhere has been operating in stealth mode up until now and is seeking to build up its studio with new vacancies website for Elsewhere over here. This announcement may seem strange given the context that Microsoft just shut down Tango Gameworks in Japan, Arcane Austin in Texas, and consolidated other ZeniMax studios in the United States recently. However, it should be noted that each subsidiary operates as a separate entity with a separate budget pools, and Activision elaborated that Elsewhere has already been operating for some time. With the industry in turmoil, layoffs, studio closures, and game cancellations are rife across the board now. Elsewhere represents a rare glimmer of an additional investment in what otherwise seems like a tough time as black hole games like Fortnite vacuum up post-COVID shrinking game time hours. The verbiage from the press release has an emphasis on narrative games and sounds as though it could have some form of transmedia tie-in. The fact that Elsewhere has goals beyond games, quote, beyond games, could be a hint that it will try some new paradigms rather than lean on existing ones. But perhaps reading too much into it. Activision is no stranger to trying unique things, from toys to life games like Skylanders or its previous music giant Guitar Hero. Microsoft is also working on an experimental game with Hideo Kojima titled OD, with rumors suggesting it'll be some sort of horror puzzle game with asynchronous online social elements. That the whole descriptor that they had for that game too, that leak.
Yeah, that was nuts. Yeah, I saw that.
It was nuts. But it's Kojima. Is there a new wave of quasi games coming on the horizon? Could Elsewhere simply be making something traditional like previous Activision publishing titles like Sekiro? I suppose time will tell. Keep an eye on what kind of vacancies open up. So yeah, the interesting part about this, Mav, is the Poland angle, because back in acquisition season, we heard and we talked about that
they were wanting to buy a Polish studio. Yeah,
was very interested in a Polish studio. Now we know that they also just made a deal last year with People Can Fly, at least a $50 million budget for a new game. But there was rumors that they were trying to buy People Can Fly. Obviously, there was a time when CDPR went through the whole cyberpunk turmoil that people thought CDPR could be on the table for an Xbox acquisition, but they have always wanted something over in Poland. There is a ton of talent in Poland, obviously. And now they have studios like CDPR in Poland established that they can pull talent from when you open a new studio. People looking to, whether contractually are done at one of those studios or just looking for a new place, new start. And they've already pulled some of those people from CDPR, according to what that title said, that the previous devs from Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk. So I thought that was really cool, because obviously if this studio had already started, when Phil and everybody walked into ABK and got a look at the books and got a look at the different things that were going on with their studios, they would have seen this unnamed secret studio over in Warsaw, Poland, that was getting resources. And Phil would have been like, "Hey, what you guys got here?" And of course, he probably would have seen what they were working on, right? And that would have fit another piece of the puzzle that they were looking for at the time, outside of even the big ones, right? Mobile PC with, you know, Blizzard and King, and obviously Call of Duty with Activision. But Phil would be like, hey, we've been trying to get a studio over in Poland for a while now. Look at that. You guys got one going. Cool. Like I said, I think that's a great angle here for this as well. But I'm just more happy to see it survive with what's going on. Again, as it's pointed out, all these companies run themselves kind of separately as subsidiaries. We know this, but they all do, you know, Activision included now, obviously answer to Matt Booty. But the facts are that they kept this one alive. Obviously, whatever the project was working on, they like it. And so the studio's remaining. And obviously, it was a strategic place that Phil's been looking for. So it had a lot of things going for it, Matt. But what do you think about elsewhere entertainment, Mav? Obviously your general thoughts about this today, but obviously also, you know, Jez is thinking outside the box that maybe they're trying to go for something bigger. Do you think it's going to be, it's really early, we don't even have a tease yet, but do you think it's going to be something traditional, or do you think that they are looking to do something maybe a little different with that studio and different type of game? What do you think?
I don't know, man. I mean, I think there's something exciting enough there for Microsoft and Activision to invest in this time of turmoil, right? And so,
yes,
you know, when they have to shut down studios like Tango and Arcane Austin and stuff like that, like that they see something in this little new kickstart they had in Poland and stuff. My first reaction is like, oh, they finally got their Polish studio, right? But like you said, also the Infinity Ward, the other Infinity Ward one is in Poland as well.
Yeah, it is. Yep.
Right. So they have two Polish studios now. Infinity Ward Krakow, kind of, and
that's Call of Duty studio, so whatever.
I thought they said they weren't working on Call of Duty.
Oh, this one isn't. Elsewhere isn't, but the
okay,
the other
one is.
Yeah,
okay.
they're a part of Call of Duty. Yeah,
right,
they're part of the mines. So yeah.
Okay. Well, let's just. I have no idea what they could be making. I think it's way too like early to figure that out before any kind of hint or real tease about it. If they are looking into doing transmedia stuff as well, that if that's a hint, it could just be due to the whatever IP that they have great vision for it becoming something bigger, you know, because they think they're really onto something. So I'm excited to find out what they got cooking, man, because there's a lot of talent in that region. We've seen numerous studios do really cool stuff, there. And even though all these other things are happening, we keep hearing these little stories about new studios and new things happening and stuff. So there's silver lining within the industry right now. And this is another example. And the fact that they've already been working for a few years, it shows us that there's probably got something that they are at some kind of bigger stage with now, right? And this is maybe why this is coming out. So, like, my speculation about a potential tease or reveal to help recruitment, who knows? We've seen other studios within Activision Blizzard do this, where they actually, Blizzard, even though it's been canceled since, had actually teased that survival game early on, so that way they could hopefully recruit for that. Canceled since then. This one still goes on, right?
Yep.
So will we see some kind of announcement or tease or something to help with the recruiting going there? And maybe that's why they're out of the shadows, as we can say, right? So I'm looking forward to hopefully finding out more about the studio. I think it's a cool name too, or like gives them an identity. And maybe we could look at elsewhere, as in like elsewhere besides working on Call of Duty.
It's true,
right?
I mean, yes, obviously.
So good. Dude, I love it, man.
Love it, man.
I love it. This exciting news, and Xbox Game Studios just grew by one,
right?
For our knowledge, didn't actually because they've already existed, but for our purposes, if we're counting studios, they just lost 4. They just added 1 for our account.
Right.
If we're counting.
But we talk about the certain acquisition, man, all the unknown stuff, right?
Yeah.
All the unknown teams.
Who knows what else is going on there, bro? ABK is so big.
Right. Correct. And Xbox in general, again, now is one of the world's biggest publishers. How many of these teams have multiple teams? How many projects are in concept phase right now, headed towards full production, right? Again, we've said it all along, man, how big this was. But it's so awesome to see this come out like this after last week's news. A new studio, again, I'm always for more games, more studios. I do think that this, when they say a narrative, I do think that's probably a single player game, more classic style, maybe obviously in fashion with co-op mode or something like that. But I do think I don't think they're going to go way outside the box with some Kojima type thinking. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. But I just think that it's going to be more of a classic game with the people that they're lining up with Witcher 3 and, Cyberpunk. If they brought the narrative people from those two studios, I think we're going to be sitting pretty.
And if you look at like Activision Blizzard as a company, like doing these really weird things wouldn't really necessarily like Guitar Hero and Skylanders. You could easily make it a reason for that, those money making type things. But like something Kojima-ish, like experimental stuff doesn't seem like their cup of tea.
No, and I think to Jez's point about transmedia, I think that's probably thought about at some level for most new IP.
Yeah, and that could be like
from the
books.
Publishers. Yeah, it could be books, could be movies, TV shows,
it could be anything like that, right?
Could be anything like that because they've had much success. Again, I'd like to know who they brought over from CDPR. I'd like to know which parts of those teams they got, because if their narrative from Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk, oh god.
Yeah, you could say Cyberpunk is transmedia for sure, right?
Oh, so, absolutely, with the anime and everything else. Yeah, man. No, this is good news. This is great news. This is fantastic. I love this shit. More games, more studios. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'll give another little side one as well to this map, not dealing with Activision, but you were just talking about studios still opening even in this time, and Jez talked about it in his article, which seems, obviously the industry is going through a massive contraction, whatever you want to call it, layoffs, studio closures. It also came out this week from VGC. Rockstar co-founder Dan Houser, who Fuzzy absolutely loves, and I completely agree. Dude's a genius. Dude was the guy, right? He was one of the big brains there that drove Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead. Rockstar co-founder Dan Houser's new studio is making an open-world action game. It's seeking staff to deliver best-in-class combat and third-person action across multiple game modes. So it's called Absurd Ventures. That's his studio's name. Anything Dan Houser is touching, bro, like Todd, like Zampella, you got my ears. Hey, let me know. I can't wait to see it, man. I can't wait to see what he's got.
It's funny they always like say like AAA or whatever with all these different things and stuff. Like I think the silver like we talk about silver lining with Activision Blizzard with that studio, like when these things happen in the industry and the contractions happen, the closures happen, sometimes reinvestment happens, right? And you see these things come out of the ashes of a lot of the negative stuff and the bad things, right?
Yep.
And hey, we freed up these resources. Now how do we spend it? And they may like, oh, I like that idea. Let's do that. So let's have some hope for these new studios kicking off. And just in the past couple of years, there was a bunch of other ones too that we had heard about, so and we're going to start seeing some more and more names show up that have some potential big games out there. But hey, Pong Soul, guess what?
Yes.
We got a crazy generous $20 super chat.
Wait, Chief Master.
Thank you, Chief Master. Says great show.
Appreciate you so much.
Choo choo, Chief Master. You're absolutely amazing. Appreciate the support. Absolutely. And earlier, I don't want to miss this. OCD Gamer. This is like way overdue.
A
member for 14 months. OCD Gamer said, Mavrant, let's go. That was during the Square Enix segment. Appreciate you, OCD. Sorry it took us so long to get to that, but appreciate all the support, guys. You rock.
Yeah, Nate Dogg, we did mention that. I don't know, missed it amongst all of our ramblings there, but yeah, we talked about that Infinity Ward RPG with former BioWare devs when it was a little known dude on Twitter back in the day, made a post about it. He's been known as an insider. Now he kind of got clamped down on because he leaked too much Call of Duty information, but he was a Call of Duty leaker that not too many people were aware of on Twitter. He doesn't do it so much anymore, but he was accurate on everything. He made a post which he has since deleted, right? He's since deleted. It's in our DMs, right? It's in our DMs. But he had made the post that he had heard that Infinity Ward, along with ex-BioWare devs, were working on a first-person, potentially sci-fi shooter RPG. And we had talked about that on our shows when it first leaked.
And we talked about it a lot during the acquisition about that kind of project.
Potential.
Yeah.
That was kind of the conversation we always had, man. Again, all the projects we don't know about. One is if that's still going. Like you talk about ex-BioWare devs, and you give us Infinity Ward, and you give us a first-person sci-fi shooter RPG, yeah, let's go for sure. We've been excited about potentially hearing about that at some point.
Yeah.
Again, who knows if it still got beyond concept phase? Who knows how far along it was? But if it's still cooking, something else to look forward to, man, for sure. All about it, man. Calorie, did you say the Infinity RPG project had job listings earlier this week? Really? Where'd you see that? Calorie, hit us up in DMs. Send us a link. I want to see those. If you saw something posted, I did not see that posting anywhere. So please let me know where you saw that. If it's a Twitter post or whatever, let me know. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Let's get into the other fantastic news this week. Something that we are both extremely hyped about, sir.
AC Shadows.
We finally got, man. Again, Ubisoft gets a lot of flack from us. We have criticized the hell out of Ubisoft, and there's more to criticize this week.
No, we haven't. We only criticize Xbox, Pong.
Okay, well, everybody here knows that's bullshit. So everybody knows everybody gets to smoke around us. It is all the same to us. Anyways, when we talk about the industry, it don't matter. We don't fucking whatever. Everybody gets to smoke. Ubisoft has gotten plenty of it. And again, I don't want to get into it because I want to celebrate Assassin's Creed Shadows. But after seeing the sales numbers for Avatar, you guys took Massive, who could have been making Division 3 right now, and put them on Avatar, which again, I've heard. Mav, I think you've played it. It's a good game. Beautiful game. Of course. Snowdrop engine. Snowdrop engine. One of my favorite again, if I'm going to stand for an engine, one of them is going to be Snowdrop. Massive, great studio. Love what they do. Love the Division. I don't have the hours that PTK and Fuzzy have into it, but I've got between Division 1 and Division 2, probably $500, somewhere in that neighborhood, right? Love the Division. They could have been working on Division 3 the entire time, but no, you put them on a licensed IP. Seriously. I'm cool with Star Wars Outlaws, right? That's looking absolutely fantastic. But the fact that you canceled Heartland this week, which again, great, because I heard nothing positive from anybody who played it.
It was shit.
You canceled Heartland, which you guys now have supposedly admitted was supposed to be like the in-between, it'll carry over the Division fans. Bullshit. Okay. You guys, I know Division fans who played it. They were like, this is not Division, or this is like a shadow of what Division's supposed to be. This is not good. You canceled that, and you had them work on Avatar, which sold like 1.4 million copies for you.
Because this is where we talk about dicking around with ideas and then wasting money, right? Okay.
Anyways,
a little sidetrack thing, but around that time, we had the announcement of all those games and service games at the same time.
Correct.
We had the Ghost Recon one, right?
Yep.
You had Heartland, and then you have X Defiant, all announced within a short period of time. And then you had them still dicking around with Skull and Bones for years. Well, Skull and Bones has a player base now. It's actually doing.
Yeah, they said that this week as well.
Okay. But you had all these things that you're working on and getting feedback on for years and years and stuff. And out of those three, the only one we're going to see actually release is X Defiant.
Yep.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, and Skull and Bones, but anyways,
Well, out of the
stupid.
three, the Ghost Recon,
Yeah.
the Heartland, and the X
Yes.
Defiant, which is
Excellent.
the all Clancy brand things.
Bastardized Clancy brand.
Yeah.
Anyways, Division 3 could have been in the works. You guys could have had them finishing up Star Wars Outlaws and then gone all in on Division 3 and could have probably finished it up by the next gen console launch 2026. Instead, you guys have been messing around with all this bullshit. Again, Avatar, if you guys loved it, played it, I hear you. Again, when I sign up for Ubisoft Plus, I will be jumping into Avatar to try it out for sure, because I love Avatar. So don't get me wrong. I love Avatar. I love how beautiful it looks. And again, people who played it said it's actually really good. Can't wait to try it out. But to think that you could add Division 3 already in the works, whoo, man. Anyways, let's get on to the celebration map, because one thing that they seem to have figured out is the Assassin's Creed, the entire thing. They figured out that there's a group of people that are sick of open world and would like smaller Assassin's Creed. They are now making Assassin's Creed of the smaller size. They, of course, are not going to give up on the big open world after Valhalla, cross $1 billion mark. They're not going to give up on that open world. As many people that hate it, there's still a big group of people who love the open world, Assassin's Creed. This guy included. I like both. This guy included. So we've known about Assassin's Creed Red for a long time, Mav. After that big blowout on the Assassin's Creed franchise, they gave us the entire roadmap. We know after this is Hex or Hexe, depending on how you want to pronounce it, which is going to be the smaller experience, set in end of Roman times during the initial witch hunt era. And obviously, we already kind of know that you're going to be playing a witch in that one. We've heard some leaks of that. Yeah. That's right up my alley. All in day one. I'm sold. Don't even have to show me anything. Done. I'll be there. Okay, cool. But Assassin's Creed Red was going to Japan, man. We knew this from the time that they showed it off, that this was going to finally give us that Eastern Assassin's Creed, which is obviously with ninjas, shinobi, all set up perfectly for Assassin's Creed. Finally got a big look at a new trailer. It's all CGI, no gameplay. We expect the gameplay at Ubisoft Forward. I had speculated that I thought this trailer could have shown up on the Xbox stage. Obviously, didn't work out that way. I still think that obviously Splinter Cell could be at the Xbox stage. But we got this trailer, Mav. And then we got details. And we know it's coming out in November. What is the date again? November the 15th. November the 15th. Yep. In classic Ubisoft, I hate you, I love you fashion, as far as a gamer goes, from me, right? My opinion. I hate them at times. I love them at times. They brought all the love here, Mav. So CGI trailer laid out absolutely beautifully, kind of how to set the story is going to set up. With Yasuke, the samurai, again, not going to get into all the nonsense around this. Not going to get into it. Yasuke the samurai looks absolutely incredible as the tank character, right? And then you've got Naue, who is the female shinobi or ninja. Take your pick. Love the setup in the CGI trailer. I love the story. I can't wait to see because they look like they're on opposite sides. Obviously, Yasuke seems to be a part of the army that Nobunaga's, burning down her town, attacking her town, and somehow they get on the same side as assassins. Okay, cool. Can't wait to see how that story plays out. But the setting is exactly what I've been looking for, man. Exactly what I've been looking for. Before I get into the details, because there has been massive breakdowns. Shout out to Shinobi 602 again. Some of you all don't like him for various reasons. I don't care. I think he does great work out here on X. I will always shout him out. He did a great breakdown of a lot of what was being covered in other like IGNs and those that kind of broke down what the information they were giving, Ubisoft was giving about the game. Before I get into that, man, just your initial thoughts on the trailer, the setup, the time period. Obviously Naue and Yasuke as the two characters, one a tank, obviously one more stealth, going seemingly right to a formula of either you can choose who you want. Maybe they alternate some missions. However they decide to do this. Now, there's been some back and forth about how they're going to work this out, but giving you two different styles to choose from of assassins. What do you think about the trailer, Mav, overall?
I mean, some people don't like CGI trailers, right? When a game is originally announced, sometimes, and like the first time we see something, you put a trailer out there like this, it just gets your imagination going about the world and everything it could be. And I love the presentation of the trailer. It's a long trailer that shows a kind of a little bit of who the characters are, gives you a little bit of a feeling about how the world is going to be presented, and all of that is what I want to see. It gives us the setting and maybe the heart of what this game is going to be. And I thought it was just an amazing trailer. And it also sets the stage now to where maybe at the Ubisoft Forward show that we're going to see gameplay or some more of this game, and it gives them multiple times and opportunities to keep showing this game going forward. And I think they are doing the right thing here with the Assassin's Creed franchise, having these kind of two ideas of these kind of games, kind of style of games that they're doing. The other thing, like with the details on this, Pong, like it seemed like they're kind of going more of like an immersive a little bit with what they're going for.
We're gonna get into it, bro.
And that has me really excited, especially with this setting. You know, I think that both of the characters look really interesting to play as. My heart is kind of with that ninja shinobi style. I've been waiting for a game to really kind of go with that for a long time. And when the thing about Assassin's Creed games and the big production games with Ubisoft is you can usually count on that they're going to be really well-made games, right? Even some of the franchises or games that they make that are not as exciting to play because they seem like they're just kind of monetization schemey games or whatever. You're not really not a lot of heart and soul into it or whatever. Some of the other stuff they got going on, right? They're usually really well-made games, right? And when we see this and the heart that it looks like is put into this trailer, knowing what Ubisoft is capable of with their army of developers they have, right?
Literally,
it's insane amount of developers they have at Ubisoft, and I think there's like 16 support studios on this game or some crazy shit like that. This is going to be, I think, a game that really pushes Assassin's Creed forward again into being something new and exciting, and it's in the setting that many of us have been craving, and it's a very popular setting right now as well, right?
Yes.
Ghost of Tsushima just hit again on PC. There's excitement around that. You have the Shogun show on Hulu, and it's really doing a lot of great things. It kind of have this like excitement about the whole feudal Japan era, and like shows and stuff are kind of going.
Rise of the Ronin's doing very well.
Yep.
Even though people panned it when it first came out because of the graphics, Rise of Ronin is supposedly selling extremely well. So we got Where Winds Meet coming out, which is coming. And we got a ton of samurai games coming out as well. Oh God, man, it's prime time for this, man.
Yeah,
it's good.
So it's a good time for it. I think they're gonna hit a home run with Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the trailer says it all. I saw some questions in the chat too. So with the two character setup, again, the back and forth has been, is this going to be set up like Syndicate? Again, for anybody who doesn't know, Assassin's Creed Syndicate is top 3 Assassin's Creed for me all time. I don't care if you hated it. I know it was not everybody's favorite. I loved it. Okay. I loved Evie, and I loved Jacob as sort of the dumb dude character in there. I didn't like playing Jacob. I liked Evie. Okay. Evie was perfect in that game. She was a lot like Cassandra, obviously in Odyssey. Okay. For a lot of people, I loved Cassandra in Odyssey too. But I think Syndicate is top 3 for me, Assassin's Creed all time. I love Syndicate. I loved all the famous people that you met. I love the period setting. If it's set up that way, and for most of the game, I can play as Nawe, because obviously that's who I'm interested in as well too.
Yeah.
If I can play most of the time as her, but every once in a while, there's missions that are for one or the other specifically. So I have to go as Yasuke. That's fine. Okay. I had to do it with Jacob in Syndicate. I'll do it with Yasuke. I think Yasuke looks badass as a character. Again, history set aside, I just think he looks badass as a character. I could care less. I think I'm just not a tank dude. I don't play tank characters. I don't like tank characters. I don't play them as a class in everything. Like I avoid playing them in Diablo, right? I won't play the tank classes. It's not my play style. I like fast, elusive type characters, and that's what Nawe is going to be. So I hope it's either A, you can play the entire game as one or the other, or you can switch on the fly like Grand Theft Auto, right? Or B, if you're going to have it so that there's some missions where I have to play as Yasuke to kind of get his backstory, kind of fill in stuff about, where he comes from or what's going on with his side of things, that's fine. I'll deal with it. It's not going to be perfect for me. I'd rather have it where I can just choose to play the entire game as Nawe if I want to. But either way is cool with me. I think they're setting up for a Syndicate style. I think they want to get you to play both characters, not 50-50, but I think they do want you to experience that side of things and hear bits of his story or a different perspective on what's going on in the world, much like they did with Syndicate. I think that's the direction I would probably guess they're leaning in right now. So we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I would lean more towards the Odyssey direction.
Okay. Right.
But like the interesting thing is like you're kind of like the same story in Odyssey, just from like
correct.
But I think they're gonna take that concept and have it from two different perspectives to give people the want to potentially play the game all the way through the story more than once.
Okay. Yeah,
that's what I would think, but maybe who knows?
I did see Shinobi put it in here that he did say there are set personal quests where you play as one or the other, but you can freely switch between both in the open world and during other objectives. So I guess that was already answered. I didn't see that. I didn't notice that because I was too excited about all the other stuff.
I guess for the speculation, there's the answer.
Not for the speculation. There's the answer. So it's set up like Syndicate. Fine.
Damn it.
So be it. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It doesn't
again because the majority of the game.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I just hated playing as Jacob. Like I couldn't stand his play style after playing with Evie for so long. Like I couldn't stand going to his style.
That's my thing. I like playing as one character usually because I get used to and I get more immersed with that story than when you force me to play as somebody else a little bit. It's like, oh, okay, this is different. I don't really want that. I want to be with my like character that I've become, kind of, more so.
Yep.
But anyway.
That's the way I am too. Before we get into the details real quick here, we got a super chat from Ben Whack N off. I've been whacking off. $2, 2 pounds, I should say. Pong, this one is for you. Choo-choo, motherfucker. Thank you, Ivan. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you so much. Psychonauts, brother Psychonauts member for 18 months says, I am hyped for Assassin's Creed Shadow. Looks amazing. Yeah, Psycho. Yes, I know you are. We all are. It's going to be freaking awesome. I can't wait. All right, let's see here. Let's get into the details. Appreciate you all for joining us and continuing to be with us. Nearly 3.5 hours in here at this point already. It's crazy how fast time flies when we've got these big topics all the time. But let's get into the details, Matt, because this breakdown from Shinobi is freaking amazing. Current gen only. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PC. Beautiful. This is great. This is fantastic. On an updated Anvil engine. If there was one thing, I don't care what you thought about Valhalla, for a launch title, it showed off the current gen hardware better than anything else.
Oh, yeah.
Like it was
smooth
awesome
for that kind of game. Yeah, I was like, what?
And this is going to be an updated version of that Anvil, and we have already seen screenshots, Mav, that are legit screenshots from this game. Wow. Bro, it's going to be beautiful.
These Assassin's Creed games are so gorgeous, dude. Even Mirage, which kind of got overlooked by many, like you could just like, if you just stop sometimes, it's just like,
I can't wait to play that game.
It looks so good.
That's in the library. So I got to pick it up.
You'll like it, man. You'll like it. I
will.
It's kind of simplistic in some ways, but like it's still a traditional Assassin's Creed game. Like it's really good.
I will forever thank Jade Raymond for having such a huge part in getting this franchise off the ground. Jade is forever in my gratitude. Love her. Anyways, that takes place in feudal Japan in the year 1579 during the Ashishi. I'm going to butcher this. Where's Steel when I need him? Momoyama period. And the time period sees a range of activity, including Portuguese merchants, legions of samurai, shinobi, Jesuit missionaries, etc. Large open world as big as Assassin's Creed Origins. Love to hear it. Great. Again, I'm not sick of open world. Never will be. Play as two protagonists, Yasuke and Naoe. Again, I already read this part. There are set personal quests where you play as one or the other, but you can freely switch between them both in the open world and during other objectives. Yasuke is a real historical figure who was brought to Japan as by a Jesuit missionary and then became a samurai and served Oda Nobunaga. I know Nobunaga from all of the Mushu fighters, obviously. So
yeah, there's a good Netflix documentary about that era, and I think it tells some story of
stories about
Nobunaga. Yeah.
Naoe is an agile shinobi who likes stealth but knows how to fight, can use a grappling hook to traverse the environments, physics-based, so it can be improbable. Yasuke's fighting style is more head-on, direct combat with parries, breaking enemy armor plates, and decapitation finishers. Naoe uses a Kusarigama, a chain that can whip around and keep enemies at bay. Love it, bro. Love it. The team pushed on more destructibility and sliceable objects with damage realistically replicated from sword slices, arrow puncture marks, etc. Bro, I can't wait. Enemies can now be knocked out if players want to more pacifist playthrough. Oh, man, this is where we start stealing from the Splinter Cell team. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, you're talking our language right here. Players can now go prone to sneak around. Hallie, as I put in the DMs, Hallie fucking Luya.
Yeah.
Finally, I'm an assassin and I've never been able to go prone. What? You're giving me the ability to go prone now? Sneak around? I'm in.
I can imagine like sneaking underneath some like huts or something and looking through the cracks in the floor.
All of it.
And having like a blow dart or something with poison tips and
all of it.
You know?
Give me all of it, man.
Give me that. I want it.
Give me all of it. I want it. Absolutely. The team, let's see here. Players can, oh my God, I did that. Full dynamic lighting system illuminated by sunlight, torches, lanterns, etc. The game progress through the 4 different seasons, spring, summer, fall, and winter. This is so dope, bro. Again,
yeah,
I know it never lives up to exactly how we picture it, but the fact that they are pushing, this is the detail stuff that Steele and I talk about constantly that current gen should be pushing in all areas. This is so dope. Each season brings with it environment and gameplay changes. For example, you can crawl prone under water in pond during the summer, whereas that pond will be frozen over in the winter. More examples. Grass grows tall in the spring, perfect for hiding in, while it dies off in the fall, removing those hiding spots. Hanging icicles on buildings can snap and fall off, revealing your location during winter, etc. I'm sure you can use those icicles to stab somebody too, or cause a distraction. Can't wait. You could hide in the shadows to escape enemies and take out light sources to evade detection, a la Splinter Cell. Oh, so good. Create a customizable hideout where you can grow and train your own shinobi league, craft new gear, interact with other characters, and choose your bases, layouts, decorations, and accessories. Picturing a lot just more expansive than Valhalla.
Yeah, that's the transaction section.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Don't care. That's fine. We're cool. There are huge castles that act as significant landmarks throughout the open world that act as dungeons and their own big levels. Oh, speaking my language, wanted to be a little
combined with the stealth.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my God. The playthroughs just like Splinter Cell days. Oh, this is gonna be so good. Wanted to be a little more open with how you can complete objectives, can tackle assassination targets in any order. Thank you. There are no more synchronization points that reveal all the points of interest on the map. Instead, they act as high vantage points that let you look and discover them yourself. There is more details. We're not going to have any birds, which kind of sucks, drone birds. I did like the drone birds. Also, when you reach one of the high points, it's not going to do the whole cinematic spin around view that we're used to. I think that sucks too. I like those cinematic views that they gave us. There's Assassin's Creed. Again, just small stuff. Also, it's been talked about how you're not going to open your map and see every point of interest anymore. They want you to discover And again, I heard this is what they did with Avatar, right, Mav? Am I wrong in that?
Yeah.
Avatar, it was less like show you where to go. You just kind of discover it naturally. They want you to find this stuff on your own now. They're bringing that over to Assassin's Creed. Cool. I'm good with it either way. I never had a problem with the puking of symbols everywhere. A lot of people did, but if they want to make it more natural, I'm good with that too.
This is what I was alluding to with the more immersive experience, right? Like they, for me, it fits the setting really well with being a potential, the idea that I have of playing more stealth based and having those kind of things. And like, if you're making me get on the vantage point and actually look around myself instead of just kind of it loading in all the points for me, it's making me as a gamer at that point have to be up there and really think and make decisions about how am I going to approach this and what am I going to do next. And think from that perspective as opposed to I got to get up there to load the map up, right? And that's more of a like it takes it away as much of a gaming mechanic as now it is a immersive experience. And that's something that I am kind of excited for. I do like the overhead bird's eye view thing a little bit. Like it's always just kind of really cool to do that. But for this concept of how I think I want to play this game, I'm okay with that. I want to crawl to those vantage points and kind of be like, how am I going to do this? And come up with my plan and go in there and take care of business, you know?
Bro, last thing I'll say, and I'll turn it over to you, Matt, for your thoughts on kind of some of the points. I know you already did some of them, but for those of you who have your favorite Assassin's Creed dev teams that work on, like Call of Duty, some people really know this is not the Valhalla team. This is the Odyssey team. And again, Odyssey is definitely up there for me as well. So Odyssey team is doing this one. So I know there's a lot of people that were like, thank you. Did not like Valhalla. Listen, the thing about Valhalla, I did like, they had some of it in Odyssey, but the evolution of the combat between the Assassin's Creed is a big, huge point. I like the old Assassin's Creed stealth, sneak around, stab people. But if I get in hand to hand, the cinematic style that they had in Valhalla for chopping off heads and arms, if they can carry that over into this game, bro, especially what they showed in that CGI trailer where she gets the assassin's knife, right? But it's a curved, obviously, more Eastern style blade. She slashes his neck open. If they continue the progress of the combat to that style, and I can only imagine how visceral that will freaking be, those close-up assassination kills. And they did say that Yasuke will be able to behead people and stuff, like, and her chain, like, oh, bro, I can't wait. Mav, any other points out of that huge list, man? What do you think about the Splinter Cell stuff? Again, it feels like I said it right away. I was laughing. I was like, oh, they're already stealing from the Splinter Cell team. Let's freaking go. This just, again, is so freaking dope to me. They are on point with all this stuff. What'd you think about this, man?
I'm just excited. I think they nailed it with the setting and the idea and stuff, because I've been watching some of these other things recently too, and like it just fits so well with something that I've been wanting to play more games that are big and immersive and showcases this time period and the types of characters you want to play as. I love the fact that they're giving us a samurai and a shinobi to choose from, because it's the two. It's like the epitome of the era, right? Of like the lore of everything comes from that era with those kinds of characters and stuff. And I am really just looking forward to living in that world for a while.
Yes.
It's going to be awesome. November. Because with Ubisoft you can expect the big budget production and like the quality graphics. It's going to look great, and it's going to be smooth as shit, and it's going to have amazing gameplay.
Yep.
Put it in that setting, and we're going to have a 100+ hour experience in feudal Japan playing as a shinobi or a samurai. I'm sold. What else do you need to tell me? Like,
yes. This is why I said Ubisoft is my fast food of game developers, right? They are. I
But
just
then
know
this
what
one could set the
I know
a
what I'm
new
going to get.
bar for Assassin's
It
Creed. That
is
really, like
exactly. They've been improving again. Valhalla had its again. I would not put Valhalla up there in my top list for
But if you
Assassin's
look
Creed.
at Valhalla for like production value
Yes,
wise,
production
it's
value
insanely good and,
up.
so
Yes,
smooth. Like
yes, they did a
I
great job.
was playing Valhalla early on this generation. And I remember the first time I booted it up, I was like, oh my God, this big ass game like this is smooth as butter like this. Like, how the hell did they pull that off? That was like my first intro into what it meant to play like 60 frames on a big open world type game. I had never really experienced it before, right? And so I played that. I'm like, oh my God, it's different. Then I got lost in Valhalla, just sticking around, and I remember decapitating somebody, and I was like, I'm just gonna kick around the head for a while. I spent like an hour on stream just kicking a head down a mountain, seeing how far I could travel, kicking a head.
Yeah,
like that was literally what I did for like an hour. I just kicked the head around, and we traveled long distances together, just me and the head, just kept
you and that.
Yeah,
it's freaking amazing.
I ended up making a song. It's called "Kicking Fucking Heads" that I made a little clip to. Like it was just like ridiculous, dude. Like the things you can do. Amazing game.
Yeah, and then the other thing, man.
Yeah,
Valhalla had a pretty damn kick-ass photo mode. And this one, I can imagine, is going to have a kick-ass photo mode. I had so many pictures of Valhalla, bro, with decapitations, limbs coming off, just crazy moments. Like my moment was I spent an hour up in a guard tower just taking everybody. It was like they just kept coming. I just was stacking bodies. I had a picture of bodies with me sitting behind them. Like, it was incredible. Like, they just kept coming
they
up
just
the ladder.
kept coming,
like,
you
okay,
just like slaughter them, and it's just a big body
yep,
pile.
Yep, I love that. Oh, this one though, stealth mode, sneaking around in the shadows. Oh my God, we're gonna have so much fun. Like I said, there's a lot of smoke to give Ubisoft. We give them a ton of it. But the Assassin's Creed franchise is one, like Mav said, that you just know it is their Call of Duty. They put all their money and resources into these games. They generally, while not bug free by any stretch of the imagination, they come out in great shape day one, and you just know what you're going to get. And this being current gen only, updated Anvil engine with all these new mechanics, these two characters in that setting, in that part of the world during that time. Yes, and more yes. I cannot wait to see what we get out of this game. And
They
it's
got
November
that and
2024.
Star Wars Outlaws launching.
Star Wars Outlaws, which is again my most anticipated. Now
they have another big game coming too, don't they? Relatively.
There was. Well, they announced. Well, I mean, X Defiant just is launching too. But what else they got? We got because they talked about their stuff too as well. Hold on for a second.
I remember Ains from Season Gaming had done a post naming like 3 games.
Yeah, AC Shadows, Star Wars Outlaws, Division Resurgence, which is the mobile, Rainbow Six Mobile, and X Defiant are all set to release by April 2025. Okay. So that there is no for us. Again, a lot of people probably are looking forward to some of the mobile stuff. I'm not.
Well, they could announce this Splinter Cell game this year too.
Yeah, or next year sometime. I think it's coming for sure. But this is going to be a big one. And again, November. If you guys forgot, we got Avowed supposedly coming in November. We'll find out showcase when that's coming. But if that's November, Avowed and AC Shadows, 2 hundreds of hour type games, literally coming in the same month, potentially within week, because this is right dab in the middle. So if Microsoft wants to give Avowed space, it's either going to be way in the beginning or way in the end. But then if Indiana Jones is December, then they got to plan that part out too. So it's going to be a tough month. And like I said, just Xbox, you announce Age of Mythology Retold for November, or even at the end of October, or even at the beginning of December, I riot. You throw that on top of this stuff with me, plus all the other games, man, that we know, again, that are going to be coming out. Call of Duty is supposedly end of October.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Again, if that's Game Pass, I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be popping in Call of Duty. Anyways, great time. I couldn't be happier with this showing. Can't wait to see the Ubisoft forward now to give us some gameplay. I'm sure we will get gameplay from both characters to see how they play. No doubt they're going to be showing this thing off up until November. I'm all in, man. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
So
exciting time.
Mav, is there anything else that you hear? Okay. So Calorie did give us in the DMs, by the way, real quick. Thanks, Calorie. He sent this was from Charlie Intel. I think I did see this. Now that you showed me this, thanks, Calorie. I appreciate it. Charlie Intel this week again. Big Call of Duty poster. They get good information too. Activision appears to have started development on a brand new IP. New job description has appeared on their website stating they're hiring a team to join the development of new IP. Where was this from? Director of Animation and Engineering. Let's see if there's anything else in here. Let's see. Hold on. Let me double check this real quick. Was there anything that pointed out where it was at all? Let me see here. Let me look in here. Available in 2 locations. Let me see if this one says the location. Why does this not have the... Okay. Yeah, it doesn't... I'm not seeing Calorie if it shows the location at all. Hold on for a second here. Well, Santa Monica. They do list the Warsaw, Poland. I wonder if this was part of the war. I wonder if this was part of that new one or not. But anyways, if this was the RPG one, then I am all on board with it. If this is that one, again, if they're pushing forward with that game from Infinity Ward and ex-BioWare devs, count me in. Can't wait to see more on it. But thanks, Calorie. I appreciate you posting that for us. Man, there's a bunch of other smaller stuff in here.
One thing was the Take-Two potential game this year.
Oh, yeah. Take-Two did state that they are planning on announcing a game in one of their most beloved franchises, right? A new game, a new sequel for one of their most beloved franchises. That is supposedly happening at some point. No, that's going to happen during the Summer Game Fest, Keeley's. They said that will be there. So we respect 2K plans to reveal the next iteration in one of 2K's biggest and most beloved franchises at Summer Games Fest on June 7th is the official.
What is it?
You had after I thought about it, you had the best guess, although the other ones do fit, right? So they've been working on BioShock for a long time. Mm-hmm. That is the next iteration in a beloved franchise. Now we've heard that there's been lots of trouble, lots of struggle with that game with BioShock, but could they be ready to tease it? I think they could be, but go ahead, Mav. Also Mafia. We've heard that they could be working on another Mafia. That would also, again, definitely count as a beloved franchise. There's a big Mafia fan base. Great games, by the way. Mafia fan base too. What was your guess, Mav? Because I think yours is probably the best.
I guess Borderlands 4.
Yeah.
Because I just remember that there was recent reports and rumors about the next Borderlands not being that far away.
Right.
And they just acquired Gearbox as well.
Correct.
To help maybe salvage that game and make sure it stays safe. And so I'm wondering if we could potentially see Borderlands 4 get announced.
Brett Bingham.
Well, if it's Midnight Club, man, me and Pong will fucking jump up and down and go crazy at Summer Game Fest, bro.
That's a good one, Bingham. There was that smoke that they were bringing back Midnight Club when they were trying to buy Codemasters and they failed, right?
Yeah.
It made a lot of sense, but the word was that they were still working on it. Ooh, boy, Brett, you just threw a monkey wrench in all this, but yeah, that could be there too. Serve says I heard it's Mafia.
I hope so.
Yeah. Again, count me again. If we're going to get more than just Red Dead or Grand Theft from anything over there, great.
Well, I mean, my number one would be Red Dead, but that's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen yet, but there's supposedly a Red Dead 1 PC coming, Mav, which would be freaking dope because it'll look like Red Dead 2 on PC.
Yeah.
It'll be freaking dope. But yeah, that's a good one, Brett. That's a good one. I think Mavs is still the strongest because of Gearbox, because Pitchford can't hold a secret anyways.
There's a Borderlands movie.
There's a Borderlands movie,
Yeah.
Borderlands 4 announcement this early. They do. Yes, I definitely think that could be the case. They need to come back from what I like. Borderlands 3 was it as good as 2 or 1? Absolutely freaking not. But I like Borderlands 3. But there was a lot of fans that weren't happy with it. So hopefully they've learned their lessons there. Love Tiny Tina's too. Tiny Tina's is supposedly got a sequel coming as well. They're supposedly working on a new Tiny Tina's as well, which is great. Again, the end game in Tiny Tina's wasn't up to par. The DLC was not up to par. But the game itself, we had a lot of fun in Tiny Tina's. But Borderlands 4 would be dope, man. Would be dope. So yeah, it's time. Alvin says Borderlands 3 was 2019. Exactly. It's time.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So it's not what was the game that I liked that came out last generation that flopped from Gearbox?
Oh, last generation? I don't know.
Yeah, not Bloodborne. It was like fuck. It came out. It was a hero shooter that. Can't remember the name of it, but it has it had a little cult fandom, but like the game failed. So it's like it starts with a B.
Really? What was it? I know what you're talking about. You're talking about
Battleborn.
Battleborn. Yes, yeah, I like Battleborn.
Yeah, I can say. I was gonna say it's not gonna be Battleborn.
I did like Battleborn.
I loved that game. Like it was really fun.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Yeah, Battleborn would be dope, but no.
It's not gonna happen. But like that's what reason it took so long between Borderlands 2 and 3 is Battleborn.
Yeah, that's not happening. Neither is Godfall 2.
Battleborn 2. Let's go.
Was it Godfall 2? I like
Godfall. Yeah.
No, it wasn't that. They published it. I like Godfall.
Well, they made a mistake in making it exclusive at launch.
Wow.
Okay, again.
Oh yeah. And Randy was out there.
We can blame Hideaki Nishino for one of his third-party deals.
That was one of the first. Oh, thanks to the SSD and the PlayStation 5, it's only
capable. Fuck.
Remember that was Randy.
Then we get it later on Xbox.
And but PS4. It was a good game. It's got a lot of potential. Godfall was given a bad rap because a lot of that shit. It was actually a really fun looter. It really was.
It was a little. I really liked it, but it was a little simplistic as well, right?
But not as you built up, it wasn't, and the DLC even added to it. I'm easily amused. I'm not gonna say it's one of the greatest games of all time, but I like Godfall. I really thought it was a pretty game too. It really was a pretty game. It showed off. It was pretty damn cool.
Hey, could they bring back Brothers in Arms sometime, please, Gearbox?
It's not gonna happen.
You remember when they were gonna do like the Brothers in Arms 4 or whatever, and it looked really weird, like some like other kind of game that was nothing like Brothers in Arms, and then they canceled it because it was a stupid idea in the first place?
Yep, I do.
How about they just make a new Brothers in Arms game? That'd be great.
It would be great. It'd be fantastic if they brought back the franchise. Again, there's so many franchises that want to come back.
Back then is when I liked Randy Pitchford. Remember, like the first times they showed.
I still like Randy.
You remember the first couple showings they ever showed of the first couple Brothers in Arms games and how he would present it and talk about it and like their. It was just like, man, this guy really is passionate about this fucking game, and it actually sold me on the game, like, and it was great games. But yeah, anyway,
you can. I mean, again, you can only do certain things so much in your life before they start to affect you, and Randy's never stopped. Okay.
Yeah.
Randy's never stopped with the snow. He likes skiing. Okay. Never. But I still like Randy. I still like his enthusiasm for everything.
Yeah. He has a video game museum here in a restaurant in like Frisco, I think.
And I'm probably never going to forgive him for the casting of the Borderlands movie either, but okay, whatever. Anyways, real quick too, Mav, on the back of obviously Tom Warren hinting that Doom was going to be at the showcase, pretty straightforward, as Tom is wont to do from time to time. ZeniMax did register a new trademark in the United States, IDKFA, which is one of the words used for the Doom series. So it makes a lot of sense, right? Makes a lot of sense. They're doing the trademark. If they're getting ready to show it to showcase, obviously that's going to happen. So
it's going to be the year
that's
they just unload
Doom
the
Doom
gauntlet,
Year Zero is
man.
going to be there.
They're gonna,
yeah, we've talked about
Xbox
it.
Xbox going
to
to show
year,
every fucking thing under the sun. It's going to be insane.
All the Doom fans are going to explode. It's going to be amazing. Again, I like Doom, but the last one was way too much platforming for me. Like old school Doom platforming is okay. I've gone back and played. Like it's fine. But that new one in the middle of all that chaos, even though it was gorgeous, felt great, I just can't do it, man. I can't do it anymore.
I agree. It slows down the game.
And it's just for me. It's a me problem because it's just too much. And I just don't do platformers anymore. But there's going to be a lot of fans who are extremely excited, extremely, and it's a big deal. So I'm excited for it too as well. Did that. Nier series producer Yusuke Saito is working on a new project with director Yoko Taro and composer Kichi Okabe. Obviously, Nier fans, hey, y'all, including me, I'm excited if they're going to bring out a new Nier. He said, quote, "It might be Nier, it might not be Nier," and then laughed. Okay, the trifecta is there. Of course it's Nier. Okay, Nier is coming. New Nier game. Awesome. Freaking awesome. So can't wait to see what it looks like. I'm just wondering if they're going to go brand new story again or if they're going to continue. Again, just such cool games, man. I can't wait. Toys for Bob, Mav, updated their website to a simple purple tiki mask. Is a new Crash Bandicoot on the way? Now, I've seen a lot of discussion around this, Mav, because we had heard originally that, well, maybe the Spyro was coming back, but it is a purple tiki mask. Now, I've seen the back and forth. Are they trying to throw us off by putting a purple tiki mask and to making people think it's Crash Bandicoot? Could it be a Crash Bandicoot Spyro team-up game, Mav? What do you think, Toys?
It's a Crash Bandicoot with a new female protagonist.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. There you have it.
It'll be new. It'll be I don't know what her name will be. It'll be something like
Please don't try. Please just don't try.
I don't know, man.
Okay, all right. That's all I got, Mav. You got anything else on your list you wanted to? Summer Games Fest was announced this, with 55 partners by Keeley this week as well. Kicks off Friday, June 7th. We also have the Future Game Show, which myself, Mav, Steel, we all love. We all say that gamers should watch that, even though it's PC heavy. A lot of those games are coming to console these days as well. So if you're a console only player, you can see a lot of cool, smaller indie AA games that you never knew about. Sometimes they even have a surprise AAA game thrown in there as well. Future Game Show is slept on every single year during this time frame. They have more than one show, right? We always promote the Future Game Show.
The last Future Game Show, they had a really cool Hellblade 2 trailer.
Yes, they did have a great Hellblade 2 trailer in it, but that is on June 8th, so the Saturday. So buckle up. That weekend is going to be massive, right? It's going to be a lot of conversations. We're going to have a huge show on that Sunday, of course, for the showcase. But showcase season is coming, folks. I cannot believe we're almost halfway through the year already, man. Fucking unbelievable, bro.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. But Future Game Show, June 8th. And again, like I said, the Summer Games Fest kicks off Friday, June the 7th. So set your calendars for all of that. Going to be tons of new games this year. Again, I'm still expecting Xbox to have their biggest showcase of all time. Sunday is going to be absolutely insane. I just have really big gut feeling. I've said it every year, Mav. We've talked about it every year. They've had some really good shows, but this year, I think the gloves are off. They just got nothing to lose. Just go out there, throw everything at the wall, man. I just can't wait. Can't wait.
Hopes and dreams, baby. Do it.
Let's go. Anything else you want to talk about, Mav?
You want to tell everybody about the May PlayStation showcase that was just
okay. No, they did say that they are going to have a showcase coming soon. That was legit. Steel, okay. I pride myself, folks, I've gotten caught a few times by tweets, X, more so when I first jumped in this community with all the excitement around, next gen coming and all that kind of stuff. I got caught a couple of times, but I am pretty damn good at double checking tweets and double checking to make sure before I repost or share in the DMs that it's good information or it's up to date information. I do kind of pride myself on that. And Psychonauts is well known for posting old shit all the damn time in our DMs, right? We make fun of him, whatever else. This morning was my turn. Steel caught me slipping. Steel caught me early morning in the middle of doing a billion different things.
Excuses.
And I didn't look. Well, because Steel's not known to do it. So I will say that there are certain people when they post, I just will roll with it because I'm damn. Steel posted that damn PlayStation Showcase announcement from 2023 in the DMs, and I freaking he posted it in a couple DMs. I posted it to the rest of our DM groups, and then I retweeted that sucker like a freaking idiot. Freaking moron. I retweeted it. Got called out instantaneously in one of the DMs going, Pong, /year. I'm like, fuck. Yeah. I was so mad. I had to go unretweet. I was like, oh, God dang it. And then, of course, everybody started in. I was like, yep, I got caught. I went too fast this morning. I deserved it.
Yeah.
So
we give each other more shit in the DMs for our tweets
all the time.
Stuff. Yeah.
I saw other people do it. Colts was the best. Colts today was the best. He legit retweeted it, but then he quote tweeted it, right?
Yeah.
But then he said, can't wait to see, and he listed off all last year's games.
Right.
Like but people were underneath going, Colt, this is last year. This is last year, Colt. Come on, man. But it was perfect. It was perfect. But yeah, I did get caught slipping. But they did, Sony during their talk this week did hint that they are having a showcase. This was a quote. Later this month, you will learn more about the long-term vision for Sony Group and the essential role SIE plays in the vision. As I mentioned previously, fiscal year 24 marks the start of mid-range plan period for Sony Group in which we will set the course for sustainable growth. Now, people pointed out this is for Sony Group, rightfully so. This is the business side. This is some type of, this is a conversation they're going to have. But would it make sense, right? That if they're going to have this big talk about the future and the essential role SIE plays in that vision, that if you're going to have the business side, you would follow that up with the showcase to show off exactly what you're talking about, because you're not going to go reveal secrets in that business group, but you're going to want to tell everybody what exactly that was you were talking about in that investor call, whatever you want to call it, the group call. So it makes sense to me that they probably will have a showcase with the PS5 Pro and finally the hopes and dreams, showing off what they've been hiding for quite a while now, right? I definitely think that's going to be around the corner. Yeah. So, but yeah, I got caught.
We got a $5 super chat, Pong. And by the way, you get a pass. Yeah. You're usually really good. We'll give you a pass on this one. I know.
It was bad. Yeah, I know, man. Old man Pong. I know.
Your birthday's coming around the corner, right? You're just going to be another year older. I know your mind is starting to slip a little bit.
My last year of 40s, man.
Really?
Coming up. Yeah, bro. Last year of 40s, man.
Gonna be 49?
Yep. I am, man.
My God.
I am, man. 11 days. 11 days.
Next year. You can...
Yeah.
Hey, a year from now, when we're on PM in the PM, you'll be about to turn 50.
Oh. You were correct.
We'll have to do something for that. But James Thomas, $5 super chat, says, I think a way Xbox can market Call of Duty is to change the O to the Xbox symbol, which is a sphere, small and subtle, yet massive.
Ooh, I like it, Jim. Yeah. I like it. Thinking marketing. I like it, man.
Let's go.
I actually do think that's a cool idea. Yeah, Over the Hill podcast. Yeah, I've been over the hill for a long time. So whatever. It is what it is, man. It is what it is. I'm doing pretty damn good. I just got a call from the doctor's office today, and blood work all came back pretty super. One
nice,
little minor to go do, but yeah, I get my regulars. Again, everybody, this is your men's health update. All you men out there in the chat, doesn't matter what age you are, start going. If you are, I'll put it this way. if you are approaching 30 or in your 30s, think about getting with a actual, if it's not your regular provider, think about seeking out a men's health specialty and get your blood work done on the regular. It gives you early signs of anything going on, and it's so vital. I know Cog talks about this all the time and everything else. That blood work, man, it's a key thing, and it can really get you into a good spot. And it's something I've been doing now for 7 years now. So, and can't say enough about it, man. So anyways, that's your little men's health thing for the day. Go get your blood work done and be mindful, especially when you get up 30 and above for sure. But you can even start earlier than that. But yeah, man, feeling pretty good. So I'm cool. It's just a number. Let's get everybody out of here, man. I really want to go play some Ghost of Tsushima, man. Really
All right.
Before bed. So, anyways, yes, Nate Dogg. Yes, Nate Dogg. I've got that being lined up as we speak. So, that is the one thing. And again, as I told the doctor, because she made a joke like, I know. I'm like, hey, that's the worst I got to do at this age. Fine by me. Fine by me. I'm doing pretty damn good if that's the worst thing I got to do. So they did lower it to 45 for colonoscopies. So yes, men, keep that in mind as well. It used to be 50 if you didn't have any family history, which I don't, thankfully. Thank the good Lord above. But they did say you should start at 45 to catch it even earlier and make sure. So I am in the process of scheduling that right now.
I had to get mine 7 years ago for other health reasons.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is, and it's a lot easier than it used to be nowadays too.
Yeah.
So
it's just the drink. The drink sucks. That's the.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep. The drink sucks in the fasting for whatever 48 hours,
Yeah.
36, 48 hours, whatever it is to clear you out. Yep. It's all gonna suck, but again, I'm cool with it, man. So we'll get it done. But good shout out there, Nate Dogg. All right, everybody, let's get everybody out of here. Thank you all for joining us. An absolute amazing show. Big week of news here. And again, Mav and I are so appreciative of every single one of you, whether you show up for 5 minutes or the full time, whether you just lurk or whether you talk in the chat, whether you give us subscriptions or, super chat us or hit the like button or subscribe. None of that. Again, it's all the same. There's no preference here on this channel. We love you all the same and give you nothing but respect for giving us your time to be a part of our family here every day that we do this and all the other shows that you guys support, no matter where that is. Again, it's special. That's what makes this community a real deal. And I love you all for it. So thank you all for being here tonight with PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM. Mav, tomorrow night, I might not be there, but Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night. Tell us what else you got going on. You going to be streaming?
Maybe this weekend. Maybe we'll play something again this weekend. Maybe some Halo or something else. Maybe play some Starfield on stream. But yeah, man, we got the Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern time. It'll suck if you're not there, but it's okay. I understand real life. And then Monday we'll have FSP back at 10 p.m. Eastern time, and then back here Thursday 7 p.m. Eastern time. I don't ever 100% know ahead of time what day or when I'm gonna do a stream or a Mavcast or whatever. So if you tune in to Twitter and follow Fun Speculation, you can find out before we go live usually, and hit the notification bell here on YouTube, and you'll always know when we're going live. So I appreciate you guys, and audio listeners, everybody who listens, appreciate you as well. Don't forget to leave a review if you listen on audio. It greatly helps people find us there. And if you do like the content here on this channel on YouTube, hit the like button, share it out, notification bell, subscribe. That's how it helps us grow. So thank you so much, everybody. But what about you, Pong Soul?
Absolutely. I will try to make it tomorrow night. I just can't promise right now. So, but anyways, if I'm not there, please join in anyways, and check out the fam. Psycho says he can't be there, by the way, too, man. He opens. So, but please check out Xbox Ultimate tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Again, lots of laughs. Never know where the conversation can go, but we talk a lot of good gaming there as well. Saturday mornings, it looks like as of right now, Steel and I are on, like I said, and like we've been mentioning, it may go to a floating kind of show on Saturday or Sunday, but for sure. It looks like we are going to be there this Saturday. Me and Steele, you know the deal. Live, raw, and uncut. Living split screen, all one word. Get the alarm set. 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Steele and I got a lot to get into. We're both going to have big conversation about Ghost of Tsushima and what we've been playing on PC. It's going to be a big morning, plus all of this news. You know how we do it there. 3+ hours. Buckle up. Get your seats early for the Splitters hype train. It's coming your way Saturday morning, so be there for that. And then Saturday night, the Shop Podcast, PTK Blam. That's right. Of course, it's his channel. It's the Shop Podcast. Fuzzy is there. I am there. And this week, I know we got the announcement today. I know PTK put it out. I saw it earlier. I retweeted it. What did he say? 3-Bit is going to be joining us. That's right. The brother from another 3-Bit is going to be on the Shop Podcast. A rare appearance from 3-Bit on the Shop. So be there 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, Saturday night. The best way to end your Saturday night is the Shop Podcast. And then Mav and I got the extra Sunday show. That's right, Mav. We got the extra Sunday show. We, of course, are going to be going live with the one and only Web Dave and, of course, Retry. That's right. We're going to be joining the crew over there, me and Mav, for the Gamers Council. That's right. On Sunday. What time is it? Dave, are you still in the chat? I always forget what time it is. What time is it? Mav, do you remember? 7 p.m. Eastern. 7 p.m. Eastern Sunday, 6 o'clock Central Time. Sunday Gamers Council. Be there. We're going to have a lot to get into with those two fine gentlemen over there. It's going to be a blast. Next week it starts all over again. Double Barrel Games channel. Mr. Boomstick is the man. All good things green every Tuesday. Xbox Factor Podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. But my week starts, God willing, next week, PM in the PM, Thursday night. This man right here, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, same bat channel, same bat time right here next week. Listen, y'all, it's the golden age of gaming. It's ridiculous. So much to play right now. Just so much to enjoy. Please get out there, play what you love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Have a great night, everybody. Again, thank you for joining us on this episode of PM and PM. Love you all. Nothing but respect. Matt, get us out of here.
Bye, everybody. Thank you. Have a good one.